Hello. I'm gonna disregard the timer, but it's okay. Ah, gosh, I need to I need to catch my breath. I just finished the get that thigh. Oh my god. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. Hi Chip. Hi Cobalt Gold. Thanks for the raid. How was rematch? I didn't stop by this time. But I hope rematch was fun and hope stream was good too. Paul raid, new emote? Oh my god. Oh, Kobo Go is a big Kobo? Oh my god. Heck yeah. It was fun. Double heck yeah. I'm glad. I'm trying to catch my breath here. I was getting that fight and then I got raided. It's like, ooh. Like, oh my god. My my body wasn't ready. Got a new paw emote. Yeah. That looks really good actually. It's so shiny. It's golden, it's shiny. And the mall. Oh my god. I didn't think the cobalt gold feels very big. And that makes my cobalt brain happy. Hi Roxas. Hi Woofles. Yeah, those are some nice paws. The gold pads. Gold pads? Oh my god. Heck yeah. Well, also welcome everyone from the raid. Hope you are doing good. Hope you are having a nice weekend. I'm Tiara. I'm a cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do also a bunch of games as well, and I do art quite rarely, I would say, at this point. But still, hope you are doing good. Welcome, welcome. Thanks again for the raid. If you need any like post-stream care, right? Get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Definitely go do them. Very important. Yeah, yeah. Thank you again. I'm just gonna do this real quick. I'm a little bit scared of playing Warframe because of how overwhelming the game can be. That's why it has been like kind of driving me away for a bit, right? But I think yesterday I've been told that the game is just like visually overwhelming, but execution wise it's not that overwhelming. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll give it a try. I don't know, right? I don't know. It's quite is what? Which one? Just too lazy to go story? It's overwhelming. I mean, I guess MMO is overwhelming to an extent. What I'm worried is because usually when it comes to like grinding games that I play, like MMOs, right? I'm not saying Warframe is MMO, but like grinding games. So I recently started playing MapleStory. I recently started playing Guild Wars 2, and they are, I mean, obviously MapleStory is overwhelming, but because I started playing MapleStory from I was like a kid, right? I was like primary school and I started playing MapleStory, so I guess that's a like a that's a free pass, that's a free pass. For Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 2 is like okay-ish, I guess. I feel okay. It takes a while to get used to the game, but it's quite easy to follow what's going on, right? At least on the early game. So the only problem with Guild Wars 2 that I have is just slow walk speed. That's it. Which makes the game like, because you're gonna travel to a lot of places in Guild Wars 2, and without a mount, without any speed boost, it's gonna take years to travel from place to place. That's the only problem. In Classic World, if you want to play Classic, go play Maple Legends. I don't have mount. It has been 10 hours. The mount only lasts for 10 hours in game time, so it's gone now. Back in the day when I had the intention to spare, I played Terra until I finished the quest line for my Lancer. Ooh, I never played Terra before. Also, hi Sonic. Just get the DLC. How about you buy for me then? What the heck? Yeah, easy. Terra PvP. Whoa, I never played Terra. But yeah, Warframe is like it looks it. I've been told that it looks visually overwhelming, but execution wise, it's not as much. So I buy for it, but you no play. I'm playing. I literally was playing Guild Wars 2 2 days ago, and I plan to play a little bit more from time to time. Because apparently there's a lot of friends that plays Guild Wars 2 as well, and I mean they're willing to support and help me through the game. Like last time I played, there was many strong like friends that brought me through the early game. Terra was a combo-based MMO. Most of the classes were either gender or race locked. Oh, it's kind of rare to see an MMO that's like MMO that has gender and classes race locked. I think that means that a class has a specific gender and race. Most of the classes were only women. Oh, That one reminds me of Dragon's Nest. Dragon's Nest is also like warrior is male only, archer is female only, something like that. Altero have many much fun with Warframe. I hope so too. Heck yeah. Have a good luck, Chip. Thank you. I already cried 2 years ago. Did you buy me the DLC? No. What do you mean 2 years ago? I mean, you last played 2 years ago, I guess. I need to. I just want to make sure I downloaded Warframe. Okay, I did. Also another thing. One last thing before I started gaming. Right, I started playing piano again lately, and it feels nice. Nice. I haven't played piano for almost a decade, so yeah, it feels nice to get back into it. Although my hand feels stiff as hell, but it's nice. It's nice to get back into some of the hobbies that I used to do. Also, piano sounds right outside of my room. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I hope not. Again, Mystic isn't good by PvP. It's fun. Oh, that's Terra. Okay, so yeah, that's the last thing I want to update. Right? Not much happened, I would say. Yeah, not much happened. So let me open up Warframe. Warframe. Wow. No playtime. Wow. Support your Xbox. You can use control to play this game? I don't think I want to. And let me close. I'm gonna close this one. Yeah, I'm gonna close the music and then we're gonna. Oh my god, the music's so good. I already found the playlist I want to listen to. I never realized how much I needed a Sonic playlist. I said platinum on Warframe? What does that even mean? Like platinum rank? Oh. Uh-oh. Do you have extra downloads? Oh. Holy. Agree. You don't want to use a control Warframe at all? Oh. Hi, Derpy. I mean, I'm just saying that it supports. Which is surprising for a game like this. Spend 1K on Warframe? Money? I feel like AI could do anything as endgame Lancer. AI? Didn't download yet? Guess Channing stream? I downloaded it! I didn't know that I have to download more! Oh, what the hell? Oh, okay, it's not that much, it's not that much. 1k money? I mean... You're rich? There's music going on? Oh, you guys cannot hear it. Play. Okay, no more music. Warframe is someone old? That's... That one at least I know. I heard of Warframe when I was in mid-school, so... And now I'm 29. What do you mean email password? Online with Steam. Okay, there we are. Back then Warframe was 1 gig. You can buy a single Warframe account, create a new Warframe account to start a journey. I think I'm creating new, no? You will create a new Warframe account linked to your Steam account. The link, yeah. I'm TLDR, I guess. Display name. Hope this works. Regret not getting Excalibur Prime. I don't know what that is. Also, is the game loud? I think the game was a little bit loud, no? Also, excuse the piano noises, because the piano now is set right outside of my room, so it's gonna be very loud when someone plays.
For generations you've slept. No purpose. No call.
No call.
To wake you.
Ice? Water? Drowning? Oh shit. What is this cinematic? Why does it look so good? Hi Roland. Yeah, I guess I avoid the traps there. I'm going to be addicted? That's debatable, honestly. I don't know.
Seeds from the ruins of the old war.
Loud.
Swallowing colonies whole.
Turning down the volume.
But there's still hope.
There, I lowered the volume. I'll put it 69.
The Tenno. Monuments of an ancient warrior caste. Scattered across frail worlds.
What, this kitty? The cutscene looks fucking impressive though. Whoa, what's going on? Damn. Make phone phone. Gosh, they need to learn how to shoot. I'm playing Monster Hunter Rise. Oh. Oh, is it showing me like... It's showing me the class. Oh. It is very loud. I'm putting it at 50, so when it's loud, but not too loud. What the? Hi, Narix. Put your FOV to 90. Okay. I like this one. This one just runs away. This one looks like it gets up close and personal, which I like. One arrow to destroy the entire ship? Are you sure? One arrow?
Together, they fought back. Bringing an end to an empire. Then they left.
What? What?
Forgotten.
Oh. Not anymore? Are you gonna become the Warframe? I didn't know I'm watching Halo. What the hell?
Like a dream.
The boat is nuts. One arrow checks out.
Wake up, Tenno.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, I get to choose. Oh, using... Oh, that's nuts. That moves the mouse? Oh. I never seen people do this. What should go pick as a starter? Ooh. Excalibur, Mag, or Volt? Excalibur, Mag, or Volt? Lift the controller? No, I'm not using controller at all. I'm just like seeing that it does this. It's like, wow, crazy. No, I'm not using controller. Optimize the warrior spirit. Master swordsmanship deals high damage. Embodiment of martial excellence. Magnetic force. Alters magnetic fields to provide crowd control and strip enemy defenses. Few can resist this attraction on her or her portion. Electricity flows through Volt. His attacks deal high damage. Enemies will be shocked. I want to get up close and personal. Yeah, chat knows me. Look at that. I'm choosing Excalibur. Yeah, WSD moves the cursor. It's kinda weird. Controller does it as well? Yeah, controller is the same, but it changes the cursor as well. See? This is controller. Ooh. Ooh. There's no purple? I cannot choose my own color? I cannot be like a rainbow Warframe? 10% increased damage and attacks 10% faster when wielding swords. Hi Jockey. Warframe is a good game? Yeah. You use someone's referral code? No. There's a referral code? Oh. grounded movement generates an electrical charge building out to 10 damage per meter that is unleashed within the next attack. So, Speedy? Speedy Gonzalez? 2K plat would become kobo gifts now? You wanna use mine? Sure, I guess. Yeah, why not? I mean, referral code is always nice, no? I'm using Excalibur. I can't play Warframe anymore, I fall asleep every time. Maybe that will be me, but I don't know. I haven't tried the game yet, I don't know what the game is like, so... I kinda like the green though, but this one has the red beam, I kinda like it. Oh, but there are so many... No, don't spend money on me in Warframe. I don't know if I'll play this long time. I'm just testing it out for now. And save money, it's very important. Next Guild Wars 2 player. Guild Wars 2 I might play more. I might, actually. Okay, I got the code. I don't know where to use it though, but we'll see. I'm using this color. Narek's not wearing Guild Wars 3, why? Alright, confirm. Whoa, that me. Guild Wars 3 no char? I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it.
I see the Lotus has tried to wake you. Pity she's too late. You're my prize now, Tenno.
I'm Tenno?
No. We are taking this one with us.
What has he done to you? I can't lose another tenno. I'm surging your Warframe's power systems.
I'm angry.
Quick, use your power.
Oh my god,
Defend
what is this sensitivity? You want to play what? What? Hiya, the sensitivity. I can literally spin. You want to be high? Not that high. Not that high. I know I need to be high, but not that high. Okay, I mean, the game looks fine, actually, right? My friend plays some extensively, Unreal. I mean, that was... Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Whoa! Let's go! We playing like this, baby. Alright, how do I look? I'm the best!
Extraction ship is waiting for you.
Alright, this is why I move a little bit.
Arm yourself.
Boom! Wee! Fuck this, I'm not doing it. I feel normal. Damn, I feel normal. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna puke. It's fine. You're gonna hate it on high sense. I know. Hi Zura. Makes sense. Will make sense if you have to drag your mouse around your entire room to turn 180. I mean, I could play max sense if I turn down my mouse DPI to the lowest. Let me try. Alright, this is the lowest AP. This is the lowest DPI. What? Yeah, who do these? I don't have this. I don't have this mouse space. Oh my god, I'm bumping on everything. That's manageable actually. Wow. Yeah, then hell yeah, this is actually fine. But no. No. I like to play on max DPI, but I just lowered the sense here. Okay, there we go. Ah. Alright. Hi, malicious magpie. Max DPI and max sense. I was joking. Must be the surgeon. Yeah. I mean, I don't see how a normal human being can do that, but you know, surgeon. Yeah, he could just go esports and go pro easily. Like holy shit, makes sense on max DPI. Unreal. Pick up ball. Stunner. Shut out. Ooh, I like this one. Yo. So one is normal hit? Oh, E to melee, okay. Oh my god, my controller is shaking. Wait. My controller is shaking. I'm disconnecting my controller. Okay, there we go. My controller's like Alright, here we go. We're playing for real now. I'm the best. I'm the coolest. I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. Wrong game? I'm the coolest. Okay, I need to jump. Hi, Evie. I can destroy everything. I'm the cool. Can I hit that? Oh, what? You want me to crouch but I cannot destroy that one? This game's weird. Help. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's health. Okay, okay. Crouching tutorial has to come somewhere. Hey, I guess. I mean, why not here? Hold on left control, moving to slide.
There's a cache of weapons ahead.
Okay, that was actually kind of cool.
Grab what you can.
Slice. We'll go stealth with this rapid-fire semi-automatic pistol. Steadily puncture flesh and metal with these deadly throwing knives. Throwing knives or gun? I mean, I like gun. Sorry, X to pick up. That's diabolical. Who am I shooting? I'm the best. I'm the coolest. I'm the best. I can run and gun. I'm not playing Counter-Strike anymore. I don't need to counter-strafe. I run and gun with full accuracy. I love it. Wait, actually this is
The
nice.
extraction point is up ahead.
Hell yeah.
Hurry, before Vor finds out you've escaped.
Primary ammo? Okay. I mean, this is way faster actually. Oh, I cannot use it anymore. You might need to adjust keybinds. E for melee and X for interact is kind of weird. No, scratch that. That's kind of weird. It's extremely weird. Can I mean, E for melee. What are the keybinds? Hold to crouch, toggle crouch. Roll? Context action, melee attack, melee heavy attack. Scroll wheel for abilities. No V? Wait, V is toggle crouch, but whoever toggles crouch? I could put toggle crouch on control. Fire weapon, aim weapon, alternate fire, mouse tree? The fuck is a mouse tree? Move out, move down? Oh, I assume that's me driving something? Sprint, dodge, okay, so attack, and attack. Oh, is mouse tree middle mouse? Oh, mouse tree is middle mouse. Some consider auto-fires who use mouse tree. My middle mouse is like broken. I don't like to have middle mouse button. Maybe I have to change buttons again. Melee. I forgot that you play Warframe. Someone messaged me on Steam. But I just started the game though. Change the mouse 4, mouse 5? What the huh? Mouse 4, mouse 5? do you have more than left and right mouse button for a mouse? Side mouse button? I don't... Huh? It's empty. What do you mean side mouse button? Huh? Wait, has technology advanced so far that there's mouse 4 and mouse 5 already that I didn't know? Alt 3 button mouse? Wait, mouse have extra buttons. I guess mine don't. Mine is just the classic 1, 2, 3. There's mouse have side mouse buttons. Side buttons. It's empty. I guess mine's empty then. It's okay. We do... Okay. Melee attack. I like right? And then I want E to interact. I like E interacting. How about that? Where's the toggle crouch? Okay, it's gone. I think I'm keeping it like this. Yeah, I'm keeping it like this. I have 12 side buttons. I have 4 extra mouse buttons. I'm pleasing on my phone. Huh. Here's the search options on top right. It's okay, I mean, it's not that much that I need the search option. Also, hi, Blazzy. Well, I guess I'm still in... I guess I'm still living on top of trees. Fucking side buttons. I'm living on trees, goddamn. Reaching my left hand over some buttons, I just click one of the side buttons. So your right hand with the mouse. God, I cannot. I guess that feels fine. Or I feel lazy. Wow, I don't even have a chance to be lazy. I cannot believe it. I'm doing really okay, Blizzy. Hope you're doing good too. Also, hi, Fermi.
Salvage team, why have you not reported in?
Sorry about other people's finding. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of like pro players here. This game's been up for so long. Feel most comfortable for yourself after you've been playing for a while? Yeah, I agree. Hope you're doing good, Fermi. Our hands are very skilled. My tongue is freaking. The fuck is that mouse? Hey yo, true. Say oh no. Nope. Bullet jump. Hold control, tap space. Oh, that's the flippy dip tippy dips. A mount. Hold control in space. Oh, 2 up. Okay, okay. Oh, it aimed that way I go. Wee. What? What did you say? I missed one. Can you repeat that? Okay, we good. You took the sea, giving it a try, have fun? Thank you, family. Good enough. Bullet jump here, tenno. They can roll in there. Warframe best part, bullet jump. You can bullet jump, jump, flit, slide, aim. Huh? I'm just gonna do my own thing. Bullet jump, repeat the moves, hold control and tap. Is this like the hop?
You made it. There's the extraction ship.
Let's roll? I'll move at my own pace for now, like holy shit. You're gonna get shot now, bitch. Oh, roll!
My decrepit heart is pounding. This one is stronger than the rest. Lock the area down. This tenno is mine.
Quick, get to the console and release the lockdown. Do that, and I will guide
Did I
you
just
to
deflect
your old
bullet?
ship. It's your only chance.
Oh! Oh my god, I don't even see you. Don't care with the 4. Intro is so different. I begin with roll. Melee allows you to parry. Kinda deflects, kinda. Cool. Well, hi Brian. What happened? So they just like... Oh, disable. It's very good from like 10 years ago. I don't remember this part. I mean, I don't. I literally I just started. Roll.
Escape will only be possible with a primary weapon. Choose now. Tenno, you cannot survive without arming yourself. Choose a weapon before we continue.
The charge shot for this will suddenly kill unsuspecting enemy. Open fire with this highly versatile automatic rifle. Bullet! I feel old. Me too, it's okay. They changed the new playing experience and upgraded several times over the game's lifetime. I played this since beta myself. Dang. 80! Thank you, Evie. Also, hi, Evie. Aim glide. Oh, while in the air. There's bullet time? Am I long? I'm actually long. I might be long. Oh my god. can't. How do I... Oh! Use angle and legs for in combat and more for mobility. Oh. Go tutorial. Have gun, will shoot.
It will require power. Activate it.
Have gun, will shoot. I'm the best.
Stop touching me, you... What? Are my senses deceiving me? Operator, is that you?
Who the fuck?
Enemy reinforcements are here. Ship Cephalon, we require immediate extraction.
The operator is in danger? I will need a few moments to cycle the engines.
My left hand is like... Who said this is like not execution heavy is capping? What does that mean?
Tenno, are you afraid? You cannot hide from these souls' eyes. I've marked you. You will return to me.
Tenno, the ship is ready. It's time to leave.
All this old skin? It's not very execution precise. I guess you started execute by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, I like melee. Refer tenno. Done with awakening. Okay.
Operator, you have returned. I am Ordis, Ship Cephalon, a shadow of my former self. I cannot serve the operator in
I mean,
such a
it's not
condition,
precise, but
order me to
my
self-destruct.
left hand was literally playing piano.
The Grineer are ravenous for this old technology. It is superior to theirs. Perhaps there are systems left in the orbiter compartment.
No. I don't know.
Look at this
Yeah.
mess. Those savages. Components have been removed. The lower orbiter compartments have no life support. Why did the operator abandon me? Arsenal management could be restored if the operator wishes it.
How do I... Gift of the Lotus, your 30th anniversary. It has been 13 cycles since I called upon the first 10 not to wake. Ooh. I get Dex Signa? I want it. These items have been delivered to your inventory. Ooh, okay. Warframe XM Mag Control. Loki XCal Mag? I don't know where to key in the thing. I wanna... Friend invite? Am I joining already? But I just started though. Communications? Wait. Friends? Oh, okay. Boom? Accept friend. Aren't I on Steam? Wait, aren't I on Steam? I thought we are Steam friends. Wait. Ayo, there's so many things. Steam friends and Warframe friend different? Cause Warframe has standalone client. Oh, does he have? Oh yeah, it is. Someone mentioned that one mission for people that sold me. I was like, oh nice. And also people from other platforms, either add friends in game. Oh, that's fair. Install segment.
You honor Ordis. Now I can supply the operator with better monitored firepower. Oh, the violation. Those have been looted as well.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what Captain Vor has done to you and stop him.
Captain Vor?
I found a communication segment we might salvage for your ship.
I just
When you are ready,
realized.
activate your navigation system.
He just realized
Ordis
his
hopes the
name
operator
Captain
will
Vor. What
punish
the
for
hell?
dismantling it.
Oh, that's what the Vor chat was about. I was like, what is going on with the Vor? I didn't notice anything Vor. Captain Vor. Oh. Yeah, it is Captain Vor. It is now Captain Vor. The kobo does declare. No, it's VORE. It's fine. Yep. Don't question it. It is Captain Vor. What the fuck am I? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. What the fuck am I looking at? This one? Oh, is this like a mission? That feels like a mission. I'm the coolest.
The segment you need is in a nearby data vault. Infiltrate the vault and retrieve the segment.
The Ascaris is working, breaking through.
Oh, are you Vor?
I see the shadows of your mind.
Shut up, Vor. Would you like to be friends on Warframe? I need to download additional assets first. You can always add me once you're done downloading. Yeah, sure. I'm okay with that. Look at them, they come this way, they know they're not pure. Who? I'm pure. What's
This
ID in game
data
again?
vault is equipped with a variety of security measures. How you defeat those measures
No.
is up to you.
Oh, I thought it's 420. Hiya. You're gonna blame these creatures that are being led by a false prophet and they post to Windows the secret of void? No, it's just that they're into Vor. Hope that works.
You.
Copy pasta meme from later in the game. I mean, I know they're blind. I didn't think they're this blind. Unless they're not an enemy, that I just killed them. Who's shooting at me? Ooh, loot. Even in death? Clem? Who Clem? Once the issue I said, I'll send my name here. I mean, you could also just add me if you want. Oh, thunderstorm. Cool. Wait, I should be playing maximum DPI and maximum sense. Would there be loot around the place? I mean, I love loot. Open flood hatch. Oh, is it that one that just opened? Once you're next to the market, there's a primal celebration going on. There's some one credit purchases. Among there's 2 different pricing color palettes allow you to pinkify your Warframe. Yes! Now that's the information that I need. Let's go. Okay, okay. I need to play this game until I have access to the pinky. I'm gonna pinkify my Warframe. Why am I here? I got Rubedo. No, friend to extra updates are done downloading. Yeah, so once you're done downloading, you can send a friend request. No rush. Got to go watch on phone. Okay. Take care, Narix. Take care, Dragon. So, bullet jump, bro. Was that it? No, that feels the samey speed. So I can open up. This is a storage locker. Okay. Fair right. Hi, Brecky. 240 stream streak. Oh my god, thank you, Brecky. Nuh-uh. I hear gunshots, but I don't see where they are. Where's my health? Rubedo formation? Also, how Brecky is doing it. Welcome, Dragon. Credits that whole night Ampule. There's so many different names for things, it's kinda crazy. Grind near force field, trip the vault's alarm and drain energy if touched. Is that for me? Oh, I cannot touch that thing, I guess? Bullet jump. Oh. That worked. Bullet jump. Elevator? Oh. I don't know where I am. Must be a secret. Nuh-uh. Alerted enemies may use panic buttons to trigger the alarm. Oh, did I just skip the sequence? Avoid alerting any enemies patrolling the vault. But they're dead, no?
Gain extraction with no alarms. The segment is yours. Head to extraction.
As every moment passes, the Ascaris burrows deeper, revealing you.
Oh yeah? Get out here. I'm the coolest. I'm glad that accuracy is 100%, so it shows how bad I am at aiming. Oh. No. Breton is fairly precise. Be glad you started with something like Durakata. I wouldn't say it's fairly precise. It's precise as hell. Like I can run and gun, and the bullet is like dead on. Like no recoil, just good old gunshot. There's a running inaccuracy, non-tier fish. Am I being numb? Have I been here? Oh, I have, okay. Moonlight Dragonfly. Ooh. There are gatherable things. Whoa, I jumped really high. Physics? I stayed better briefly accurate because Warframe accuracy metric is kind of pin precise or decently precise or spray and pray. I mean, so that one is pin precise? It's an LE and you don't care. I like the it's an area and you don't care kind of that part. That part sounds nice. I want that. If the explosion hits the whole map, why be accurate? The whole map? I'm the coolest. One. Solve a cipher? What am I solving? I'm just killing. What do you mean solve a cipher? Donkey? Sorry. Ooh, there's something to get there. precise, so... Oh. Whoa. Okay, I kinda like it. I kinda like the melee. I always like to go up close and personal. Feels good, feels good.
Another job well executed.
Bull. Exalted Blade? Would be stronger by a lot at the early stages? Oh no. Oh no, can I not play melee in the later stages? No.
Orbiter Void Cloak engaging. Welcome back, Operator.
Except...
The Operator has recovered a segment. Install it now. Orders patiently awaits its installation.
You still can? You can, they're not right?
Get communications online. I must analyze what Vor's Ascaris is doing to your Warframe.
I'm
This
being
technology is beyond the Grineer.
a
It
gift
must be
pink?
Corpus in origin.
Are you already buying things? Oh no. Oh. Oh my god. Everything else just catches up by mid-game. Melee just tends to need less to perform a lot better starting out. I mean, I like it when I press 1 and I kill everything. Now that's the less execution I'm looking for. You know, like I press 1, everything dies. Like, wow. I feel I'm the coolest. I know these friends, heck yeah. How do I change equipment? Arsenal? Select and yeah. I'm already been bought things. I feel kind of bad. Oh no. Hi comic. I feel scared too because what if I stop playing this game? It's like, oh no. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, pink. Brighter pink? No, I feel like this one needs to be dark. Or something more X-y. Yeah. Tertiary? Oh, these ones? I like this. I like this fresh purple. Go market access now? I don't know. I need to look. Item. Accents? Oh, that's accents? We need yellow for that. Or green. Yeah, green. Goof apps hover bikes with bestie to the encryption point to void 20 times. Build. Hell yeah, Warframe. I just started. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Minecraft? Oh. Well, I hope Minecraft was fun. Welcome in, raiders, and thanks for the raid. I'm changing color. Hope Minecraft was fun. I can hop in with you. I can hop in with you if you want. Maybe not now. I just started and I don't know what I'm doing right now. But I got a lot of friend requests and that makes me feel good. What? That looks painful. Insignia? Oh, I have this one. Oh, helmet? Oh yeah, also welcome everyone from the raid. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. One cosmetics. Ooh. Go front of the shit, turn right. Give me my first so you can friend if you want. I don't mind, heck yeah, we can be friends. New tenno, best way for to keep things slow for learning. Yeah, I feel that way too. Energy? Oh, energy. If only there's a rainbow, I can be as gay as possible. Emissive? I don't know what that is. Paraton? Pink. Install segment?
Systems engaging. I suppose this will do. Ordis is grateful.
4.
The operator is now connected with other tenno in the system. The operator may now contact all black market scumbags. Contact arms dealers.
Excellent idea, Ordis. Tenno, we need to make contact with a corpus defector sympathetic to the Tenno cause. They will, of course, require compensation.
Which one
You
is
see
the
what
front
Ordis
of the
is
ship?
referring to, operator?
In this case, compensation will not be credits. It will be freedom. I've updated navigation. You will need to break him out of the Grenier Gulag.
The fuck is this? Neon class stream energy is oh, place on Minecraft create aeronautics with a bestie. We built some very crappy hover bikes and went flying itself. Oh, I mean that sounds fun. Heck yeah. Infestation. It's a little messy. Don't worry about that. Virus. Might get some on this other side. Okay. No, that's navigation. That's codex. Oh, market. Wukong? Community event? Yeah. Because these things has to be community event. Nice, we love pride. Maybe not that much. Nice. Nice. Gay and deadly? I know. If I can buy multiple, I'll buy 10. Are these like stickers? Neon Pride Wings. Oh, this one needs 25k. Oh, the other one needs 25k as well. Glyphs are profile images. Ah, okay. Profile picture displays wallpaper you can put on your ship. Oh, okay. Companions. What are these? Equipment? Any numbers there? All these are like Alan. These are like accessories. You didn't get the other color? Did I not? Oh, did I not get this one? This is actually kind of cute. Boop. Oh, I got it. Thanks, save. Oh, I haven't got this one. Thank goodness it's still Pragmon. Can I provide Discord be your guy if you feel like playing with me? Yeah. Like, there should be everything. Gonna go look. Can I change the gun colors? Oh my god. Since when does this boat play Warframe? About 1 hour... About 1 hour 10 minutes ago, I would say. Copy Warframe colors on the bottom. Button, copy Warframe color. On this one? Oh. Oh, it copies the... Oh, it copies the Warframe color. Oh, I'm Warframe. Oh, I'm Warframe. I didn't know I'm Warframe. Okay, I mean, that works. I wanna... Let me look up something real quick. Just a little bit. Frame 04, John Warframe. I want to see if I can... Can I change? Yeah. I think this one, yeah, and then Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait. Yo, it's trans. I love it. Holy shit. Accents, I want something like bright. Something that, I mean, oh wait, it's already white there. I need something that can show would be dark. This one works. Energy has to be as gay as possible. Reminds me that I renamed the Warframe weapon name Tenet Agendus into Tenet Trans Agendus. Diodes on frame. Diode? Diode? I mean, more of these color, why not? Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I kind of want to change the blue to white and then the white to blue. I want to see how it looks like. Uh, hmm. I mean, I kind of like this one as well. Your glowing nips? You zoom in on the nips? Oh, nips? This one? I'm going dangerously low. What are the emissive spots on X-Cow? Oh my god, I love this. Let's go. Okay. And then I can appearance copy Warframe color. Damn. I will shoot trans beam on people and get fucked. Nice. Alright. Beautiful. Oh, hell yeah. Alright, we can continue to Vor. Imprison arm dealer? Being Vor, there's transcolored Warframe bullet jumping at you at high speeds. Yeah, they're fucking dead. This gun shoots trans bullet. So look my frame 2 in game. I mean, yeah, sure. You join someone. How? Was I on like is there my input? Oh, okay, okay, so no voice. Okay, 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 okay. At the top left in the main menu, there's a globe button. You can change that to solo. Top left. Oh, this one. Oh, and nice. Okay. Default see the plugging when start. Oh, that's kind of scary. You would just need your in-game name. Tira. There. You can avoid that to your solo mode. After seeing Tenoraf's watermelon color scheme, that bar is low. You're encountering the first open lobby missions. Enter upon your next name, top left, switch is solo friends only. Definitely the main glow button. Just whisper. Oh, you can if the play start, just swipe it by clicking on the glow on the top of the name. Okay, okay. So switch to solo mode. That's important. Whisper it to me on Twitch, I assume? Not Discord, right? In Warframe, how? Did I get a friend request or something? There's a lot of things, so okay, give me a second. Okay. Oh, I pressed open. You can see stuff like that when you're on your ship.
The arms dealer is named Darvo. He's being held in the prison block on the other side of this factory complex.
Did you just say Garbo? I'm spinning. I'm flippy dip, zippy dips, flippy zips. Ah! Oh, okay, we good. Sorry.
How many Grineer slaves died to build this place?
Have fun playing my favorite game. I'm gonna have lunch.
Darvo was
Have a
out
good
for
lunch.
himself,
Oh,
but he is
Darvo. I thought it's
sympathetic toward
Garbo.
the Tenno. The Grineer must have found out.
The Ascaris is working, breaking through. I see the shadows of your mind.
Shut up, Vor. You're covering the
Don't let
entire
war
screen.
distract you. Focus on the mission. It's our only hope of figuring out this link with him.
Ooh, what is this? Is there... yeah. I guess there's like a secret loot area everywhere. Free. My beloved autism game. Stealing Vor looks like an old orangutan man. Orangutan. Nata? Kinetic siphon trap. Show Kobo the shiny. Nata. Nata is like known by everyone, I would say. What? Oh. Yeah. Whoa, what was that? Is there peak jump attack? Oh my god, okay. So this jumping attack, this peak jump attack. It bounced? Shine, mine. I'm getting a bunch of rubedo. I assume that's a good stuff. A slam and heavy slam. Oh wait, that hit spark? Oh, that hit spark is fire! Oh my god! The slam heavy slam, did they really nerf slam by making the slam rate to scale with your jump height? How do I slam again? I did it. I did it, but I don't know how to do it again. Is it a peak jump? I guess it's not. aim more downward? Oh, it's camera angle. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, okay, thank you, thank you. Ah, okay, okay. I'm probably not gonna do slam as much. That's a stealth kill. Oppa. Oh my god, Combo is finding so many shiny. What was that? I think that's stinky water. You know what I'm thinking? I want to change mouse 2 to melee. I'm not gonna aim anyway. There we go. A weapon in general category not bound. Please review your customization. Do you need that? No. Hi Oshi. Oh my god, it's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, that feels way better. It's got 40 degrees today. Help me. Oh no. I can... The kobold cannot do much but look. I know.
This is the prison block. If you can avoid detection by the warden, it may be easier to get Darvo out.
It does get
Bypass
important
the
later.
security so we can enter.
But I'm just comfortable now, she's fine. Yeah, hope you're doing good too. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay today. Had a bit of a slow start, but heck yeah, it's all fine now. This area is heavily fortified. Survey the area and proceed with caution. What? It's not like I'm not going to one-shot everything. Because I'm going to. Aha. I'm the best.
You've been spotted. Get ready for a fight.
I'm surprised I'm only getting spotted now. Where? You can sneak kill them from behind. How about second ability now? Second ability? Whoa, what was that? I am really loving the trans-colored Warframe right now. I'm so happy. The cowboy is so happy. Oh my god. Sulfur siphoning under 5 seconds. Ui. That's cool as fuck actually. Radio blind? Blinds enemies around you open up for melee finishes. Ooh, I can finish them? Oh, I cannot do 2 anymore. You can press escape and look at the ability section. Okay. Is there an infinite enemy going on right now? Oh, you're back. I thought I saved that guy.
Search these cells for Darvo. He has to be here somewhere.
No energy?
I owe you for this deal. I will get my entourage to meet us in orbit once we're clear of this mess.
Extraction is ready. Remember, our success here depends on getting Darvo out of there, alive.
Any loot here?
The Lotus must be desperate to send you fetching greedy fools from the corpus.
Actually, where even is my health? I don't see where my health is. Or maybe I'm dumb? Rubedo. Found you. Top right, health and shield. Energy is on the bottom right. Oh, that 55 is energy. 290 is my health. Okay. I'm surprised Darvo can keep up with a Warframe that just flippy dip zippy dips thing. Flippity dip. Whoa! Oh, Darfur's going. Jump? Yo, nice jump. Oh, look. He's jogging along. I mean, he's keeping up. Can I reach that? Can I do zip and do... Oh, I can zip and double jump.
Now the Ascaris has burrowed deep enough to give me influence.
I thought I fell
Shall
down.
we see how your shields work?
The Ascaris is letting Vor control your shield. We must figure out how to remove it. Avoid taking damage while I try and block him.
Avoid taking damage? You're asking me to do the impossible. I like melee. Did I just roll into this? No, did I just this into roll that gives so much speed? I don't know what I did. Also, zip double jump keeps the momentum. Oh, okay. Zip double jump keeps the momentum, and I can keep doing it. It's like, if it works, it works. I'm not even gonna question it. Did I just... You can do airborne? Okay. I didn't know that's a thing, but you can airborne slide apparently. Like, this guy has no souls left. Like, what is this? No souls left in the face? Flippity zips, zippity dip. Whoa. Oh. Liberate the...
Mission
Oh.
complete. The captive has been liberated. You will be rewarded for this, Tenno.
Darfur is very pale from spending all this time indoors. I don't blame him. Darfur just started from scamming Tenno, and wait, aren't I in a Tenno? Am I Tenno or am I Warframe?
Thanks for helping me out back there. I'm in your debt, and I often pay my debts. I recognize that device. It's a parasitic restraint. We Corpus use something similar to keep our robotics in line. So, to settle my debt, I give you a very expensive blueprint. For free!
For free?
Because I like you. And well, a lot of my customers don't live long with these grenade dogs chewing up the system. Here, use your foundry to build a countermeasure device from this blueprint. Good luck.
Wow, thank you, Russian friend.
Vor's Mars Ascaris is burrowing into your Warframe. I'm worried it will affect your mind. I can't lose you, Tenno. We must restore the ship's foundry immediately. A nearby ore extraction colony will have the foundry technology you need. I am certain they will share it with you. Its location has been added to your navigation console.
Oh, am I going to the next mission already? I wanna... There was... Affinity booster. How do I... No? Oh. Oh. I don't... I don't see... I don't see where I can see the whisper. Who this? Press T? What is this? It's so small. I have to zoom in myself. Who's Auntie Azrael? Oh, invalid link? Is that Swift? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, let me fan this one. Accept. Okay. T. Boo. I got boo. I have to... Links with spoilers will break. Oh, that's really nice, actually. Ah, it is a spoiler. Now, relax. I just started the game. Wow, this game is nice. It breaks the spoiler. Wait, Warframe thought of a lot of things. I'm surprised. Alright, let's go for the next one. I know the spoiler. It's okay, Swift. Because you are trying to show the true Warframe endgame? Wow. Supreme spoilers. It's Final Fantasy Extreme considered a spoiler and what they want to protect new players from seeing. I mean, that alone is pretty impressive, I think. Like, they care about the new player experience. But most?
Tenno, we may have a problem. The colony is unresponsive.
Which is Fashion Frame? Ah. So Fashion Frame is like an endgame?
I was afraid of this. The Grineer are here, and I cannot find any signs of living colonists. You still have a job to do. Find the foundry segment.
Whoa, lava! Okay, I'm not a dragon. They just like making the frame 3D. I mean that's extremely valid, no?
Independent colony until the Grineer arrive.
I like in games, if possible.
Demons fear you, but I will show them. Their love will return when I deliver you to them.
It's always fun to play fashion.
The signal cannot be boosted any further. Hurry, we're running out of time.
I can Dragon Warframe. I feel like Kobo would just be like to get Chroma. Buy? No. Space, save money. Chroma is the Dragon Frame. I'm also using him. Oh, nice. Okay. It's okay. Save money. Money important. If it's something that's farmable, I guess I can try. I did see Chroma a few times. Yeah, I did see Chroma a few times on Google. They don't look as dragon as I thought, but maybe it would change my mind in the future. I don't know. You get a part of quest progression, sort of. Lunch break, right? Have good lunch then. Yeah, not need to rush these things. That's fine, I think. I'm surprised the game is running pretty well on my system, though. Not gonna lie. Was that a wall jump? That's a wall jump. Yo, feet. Very well optimized for it to run. Heavily optimized they have it running on mobile. The only issue Warframe really has is power regulation. What does that mean? Everything else is optimized pretty well. I mean, I'm glad. Flippy dip. Oh yeah, when just to be clear, when sometimes I see a chat message that's like too much information, I would just like not read it out or like not look at it. But only sometimes when I feel like it's too much information for my current brain, cell, I'll just like, yeah, it's too much. Whole weapon proficiency? Rank 10 with any side pole arm or stuff weapon. Ooh. Couple brain need couple turns. I like that. I like couple squish Tira. Yeah. Squish the bolt. Ooh, what is that? New roads? Pro pole handler? Nice bucket. Another combo is fallen to Warframe. I mean, we shall see. Currently, I'm enjoying the game a little bit. It's not bad. I kind of like it. Also, how bucket is doing good. If you need help with content, Oh yeah, I know. Okay, yeah. I won't talk too much about stuff only you need help since Warframe is a fuck around and find out kind of game in a good way. Yeah, I feel that. So when it's like, yeah, like I mentioned, when there's too much information in the chat, I would just like not read it. No. Nice roll. And too bad I'm a tenno. I'm the coolest. I do flippy dips and zips. What the heck are you doing? What? What? Explain Warframe a different way? I mean, for a game that's more than a decade old, that's understandable. Yeah, Warframe is naturally trans-colored since there are so many unintentionally trans-colored tenno because Warframe's tend to look good with cotton candy plus white. I mean, they have like a Pride celebration color palette for me to choose from. I had to. I had to. It's there. Yeah. Ah. Get bonked, dum-dum. It's pretty clean. Both bright color palettes are on right now. One credit on the market. Yeah. I've been told it's like, oh my god, I need it. I think I'm not playing Counter-Strike. I was trying to air strafe. I was like, okay, don't press W while airborne, but that different game. Palette spot by me getting no credit. I mean, thank you for the palette, but then I saw the trans color and I have to do that. Sorry, Jokey. I mean, I do appreciate like the new palette. I was using it the first time, and then I just happened to saw the trans color. Plenty of opportunities. Yeah. Mouse 2 on melee feels really good. I like it. Oh. Well, that worked out. I'm finding loot. Why is this one mega shiny? Holy shit, look at the lens flare on this thing. Oh my goodness. The mega shiny. It's the first time I play a game where I don't need to change the settings and then the game still runs pretty well. That's a refreshing feeling, honestly. What is speaking? That must be all the loot. assume that shield energy? Oh. Okay, I've been here. That's somehow a that's somehow a shield. That's a stealth kill. I'll take it. Many loot. Oh. I'm the best. I kind of love the deflecting bullet. It feels nice. I'm surprised a game they actually implement deflecting bullets with while you're neutral, not doing anything, and when you have your melee weapon now, they just deflect. And that's pretty cool. Because there are a few games that I see out there, like the trailer and everything has like the coolest deflecting animation. Like oh, bullets don't work on me because I'm so cool. And then in game it just does nothing, you still get shot anyway. Enemies have grenade? I like melee because I cannot I cannot Kobo cannot aim. Become the bullet? Yeah. I mean, if I'm fast enough with my melee, I'm the bullet. Foundry segment.
Good. Your ship is one step closer to completion. Now, there is one more thing you need to do. Eliminate all Grineer and provide justice for the colonists.
Oh.
Soon the worm will be in your spine, and I will control this Warframe of yours. I will purge your doting mother and bring you home.
I have a worm on my spine. I cannot believe Warframe has mining shiny. I don't think that's a good idea. But what do I know about good ideas? See, that doesn't hurt as much, and I get to experience an explosion. that's a stealth kill. Got him. M for a minimap. Why did that disintegrate? Any more shiny loot? Whoa. I forgot I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I should use one more, it's so good. Oh, okay. Oh, finisher. I do the uh chi chiropractor thing? Chiropractor? I gave them chiropractor. I think it's chiropractor. I'm the best. I'm so good too. I'm trying to fix this spine problem. How about this one? What's that? So far I think 1 is like the coolest ability. I like the chain kill. Secret? No secret. Occupying shop? I don't know. This is like the first few times where I go off the desired path and not see any loot. Oh. Maybe slam is not bad. Holy shit. Loot. Oh my god, loot. I'm not seeing a lot of Rubendo here. Hi, Tikaka. Oh my god. Oh my god, elder boat friend. Hope Tikaka is doing good. Welcome. Jump out fire scroll wheel? Huh? I'll figure those stuff on my own then. Hi Ash, have a good breakfast. Feta and salmon pastry my friend bought me. Oh, nice. Today's D&D. I heard. Hope Tikaka has a wonderful D&D session. Boo. I love the name Boo. just a Boo. Nice.
Your foundry segment is ready for installation, operator. Will the operator build a cephalon to replace me?
This one. Hope so too. Just gonna finish cleaning, but after I eat, heck yeah. Hope Tikaka has good food. Salmon pastry sounds really good though.
Foundry restored. Here, the operator will craft many powerful weapons and tools to exact revenge for dismantling me. To expand your arsenal. Oh no. Operator, our component storage has been looted as well.
Lamau.
Typical corpus. Sure, the blueprint is free, but jack up the components. Operator, we will need resources in order to build the countermeasure blueprint.
Gave us a blueprint, steals everything.
Tenno, I just received a very explicit message from your ship, Sevlon. If you're looking for resources, why didn't you just say so? I know just the place, but I demand an apology. My mother is no gymnast, and she would never eat those things.
What?
You can go straight to... Operator, I am sorry.
Wow. You may want to get a new ship, Sevlon, when you can afford it. That one seems glitched. I've marked your navigation with a place I know. It's good for resources, if you can stand the cold.
Oh my god, you can still flip it dippy dips in here. Nowhere is safe from my flippy dip zippity dips. It's so funny though. Oh, this one. Raid the corpus resource cache. I'm the coolest.
Dargo's intel suggests that this outpost is host to several rich supply caches. Raid the caches and take what you need. This outpost belongs to the Corpus, a secretive but extremely powerful merchant cult known to be working with the Grineer. Dargo will fill you in.
Legions of robots, mindless automatons, freaking lasers.
Freaking
These guys are
lasers.
bad news, but they're also loaded, which is why you're here.
Ooh. Nope. Quickly zips. They seem tougher. Oh, I didn't know what I was doing. Oh, the storage locker changed. Okay. Cover a natural element, looting everything. Yeah. Back from walking to the rich rice meal place for some steak. I'm melting from the heat. Oh no. Reported to be stealing hearts. Uh-oh. Gosh, I wonder who that kobold is. Stealing hearts. I can't believe it. Wow. Wowee. Loot. Organ dealer. Yo, wait, no. Yeah, there is self-kill. How about you? Can I give you... No chiropractor? Yeah, these guys seems tough, huh? What does that mean? One. Is that the robot noises? Oh. Can I just trip you over? I'm playing football? Wait, I shouldn't be here. Yeah, I came from there. Nice. Slash dash is like still the best, I feel like. Oh, your explosion. I'm slow-mo? Okay, there we go. That was extreme loud, but they don't know I'm here. It's okay. Love to see it. Many gathering. Lost leaves? That must be the alarm. Slash dash is very fun. Yeah. It feels really good when it's just like slash 10 kilometers away and it just like kills them one shot. It's like, oh my god. Feels really good. I shouldn't be here. I mean, I'm supposed to follow the... Oh. Secret. Frost Leaf Ashes Night Garden Variety Hosta. Hope I chose the name right. Oh, is Hosta like leaf? In Finnish it's Kunlilja. Kunlilja. Lily of the Moon. Lily of the Moon sounds very Lily of the Moon. I got Rubedo. What did I just do? Was that a parry? That feels like a parry. Gun is so hard to use. I will never get used to it. I'm just gonna flippy dip, flippity dips. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot about my one. Oh. Haha. Did he just delay death? Because of Slash Dash? Oh my god. Huh? You can slide, well, kind of it's not really a slide cancel, but you can attack while slide. What? I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. What you gonna do about it, huh? What you gonna do about it? Speed. Holy shit, I have the spin. Wait, they got further. The only finish I know is my summer card. Yes, the Hercules Classic? Hercules? Food is consumed, now to clean, have the grandest stream. Thank you, Tikaka. Good luck with cleaning, and I hope you have the grandest D&D session as well. Wait, what? Oh.
Keep moving. There is more here.
Technically, this is stealing, but don't let that bother you.
Technically, that's stealing.
Beacons of more fortitude either. They anything to anyone. Don't get me wrong, I like profits. A lot. But I don't sell my wares to the damned Grenier. That's unforgivable.
Oh no, now we started teaching Kobo to swear. Hercules is an ancient Finnish god of thunder, later meant to mean the devil by Christianity, commonly used as a swear, or as we say here, a voimasana, power word. But yes, now clean. Good luck cleaning. Oh, now 2 here. Power. Perkele. Oh, everything's fine. Did I just destroy the thing? No? Okay. I mean, I don't need that. Polymer bundle. Mega loot. Oh my god.
Good work, but you're not done yet. Find the next cache. You almost have what you need.
What? No loot? So many loot. Thank you. No. Oh, that didn't. Wait, that's all the loot here, I think. I like the loot. Loot is good. Ooh, huh? Wait, how'd you get inside? I need to know your secret. You were inside this wall. salvage. Oh, there it is.
Time for extraction, Tora. We have all you came for.
Oh, it's war again, I think. Yeah.
The Ascaris has reached your mind and rendered your lotus mute. You will return to me over your own free will.
I don't think so, Vor. Intrusion detected? Oh, was it like because I'm too slow? LN2 down? Okay, that's not loot. Oh. Hi, banana. You're welcome. It's a gift. Oh my god. Unless this is leading me to a wrong place now, question mark? Is that possible? Oh yeah. I have a feeling that in a late game, I'm probably gonna get 1-2 shots. I don't know, that's like how I feel. Because whenever I play melee in like animals and stuff like that, usually at late or yeah, just mid-late game, it's like melee is like rendered useless most of the time. I hope Warframe doesn't suffer in that situation. What? I'm flippy dippy ting. Aha. Flippy dip, I'm too fast for you. Oh wow. How did I miss that many? In the loot. I finished downloading the asset list. Feel free to look for me and add me in Warframe. If I remember, I'll do it. Don't worry, playstyle is very expressive and much of anything can work. Okay, I like that. I like that. I'm going in. I'm too fast for you. Hey, hey. In the mine? Heck yeah. Slash dash. Delayed in death. I still think about like the ad situation most of the time than I do. Like, I wish I could disable ads completely since I'm not getting any ad revenue at all. Nice!
You are mine.
It's just here, right? Yeah. Earth, Lua, Phobos, Europa? Europa?
Operator, are you alright?
This part of your journey is over, Tenno. I admire you for your struggle, but now I am part of you.
Lotus, do something. Help the operator.
We Grineer are millions strong, but with a flaw. We are diseased, rotting, sterile. But now we have you.
That's a dragon. Is that? It's a
Operator,
chunky
do
dragon.
not abandon me again. Build the countermeasure.
Oh no, they wanna bang. That's getting all the modern, oh my god. They wanna bang. Wukong? How is this Wukong so chunky? Warframe's premium currency. Oh, it's like the real money. Oh.
I did this for my love, my queens. They will forgive my insubordination when I deliver you to them. Our love will be reborn as we feed on your divine blood. Our children will flourish without disease. And I will die at last, at peace. Father, grandfather.
Wait.
What do you think you're doing?
I've been here for 10 years. What do you mean? Ascaris Negator. Why don't you talk more shit? Haha. I'm building something that you cannot stop me. It's kobo engineering. I got the Ascaris Negator. Oh.
What a waste.
Tenno. Good. You managed to disarm Vor's Ascaris. I thought I lost you.
Where are you speaking to me though, Lotus? Are you like inside me? Ooh. Oh my god, flashbang.
Oh no. The Ascaris had a tampering failsafe. It's burrowed into you and armed itself. We'll need to find Vor before it detonates. Get to navigation. Boarding a Grineer ship to access their personnel records will be the fastest way to find Vor.
I think you're
Operator,
inside
what are
me.
you waiting for? Ordis assumes finding Vor implies violence?
Mm-hmm. This, I assume there's going to be a different weapon, right?
Hello, operator. May I suggest you access navigation and save your life? For my sake.
Ah, buddy. Hein. Morning, Jeffrey. Oh, but there's one thing I want to buy before I spend the credits anyway. Radiant orbiter decoration. Hell yeah, that's mine now. It's a decoration. No. Profile? Equipment? Orbiter? Ah. Oh. Why is the sensitivity so high? Place decoration. What does it do in the scorch area? I don't know. I don't know. It just happens to does that, I think. Yeah, happy pride. Scale or rotate? It's the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I'm just gonna like. That's not 50 seconds edit. Nice, perfect. This is your friend request? Okay. Next step. Screw the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Where's the Kobo Clubhouse? It's the Kobo Clubhouse. Oh my god, it's so jank. Well, that's what Kobo does. Inbox, I think. Right? Okay. Done. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Oh my god, it has the trans color as well. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. Wow, Warframe is fucking great. I get to be I get to get like lots of trans color when I first open up the game. Like, wow, you know. Alright, let's go for the next one. Obtain the nav segment. If I don't kill Vor, I will explode. Canadian developers that are wonderful.
The
Heck yeah.
systems on this Grenier Galleon can be made compatible
In
with your
fact,
ship.
I'm doing solo.
Find and extract a navigation segment.
For now anyway, since I just started playing.
You have murdered my sons and disgraced me before my queens. But soon, the Ascaris will complete its task and bring you to me.
All women are queen. Ooh. That's a good loot button. Where did they come from? Explosion. If folks watching actually they're playing related to I'm happy to. Just doing some leveling today. We can play on this site where Trevor learns to enjoy the new playing experience. Yeah, I mean honestly that sounds good. I just hope that not being a meanie that I wanted to like because I'm a new player I decided to like play it solo for now, alright? It's definitely preferable for you to slowly learn at your own pace. That's how I feel. But maybe because I do this for a lot of games as well, like when I first started playing a game, I usually play it solo. And then when people wants to join me, but then I'm still playing solo during that day. Sadly that upsets a lot of people. I mean, there are a few times where I decided to play solo, and then like not looking for anyone to join, and then I mean not that it's happening now, but in a previous few times where I play a new game and then I decided to play it solo, and then it's like and that upsets people. I mean, it's understandable, I guess, right? Since most of the time I do play the game solo. Yeah, most of the time actually. I can't help it when it comes like a new game. I kind of be like, discover it on my own, and then once it reaches like the grinding phase where we go do like some grinding quest to get materials or something together, then yeah, that I will want to like play together or something. And on this regard, I actually feel like I'm a lot different from a lot of streamers. Yeah, a lot of streamers, honestly. Like, a lot of streamers would be like, they are all that they're like, they would like to join other people, on their first playthrough or anything. I mean, that's also fine, but for me, I'm just different. I guess I'm just like a weirdly different couple, right? From my experience, Warframe vets have a bad habit of overwhelming baby tennos. I guess I did feel that a little bit at first. there were informations on the chat so much. I mean, I did say be gentle on the title, but I guess I guess it is gentle because it's overwhelming, but it doesn't last. So I honestly appreciate that, right? It's nice. It's not bad, honestly. Because the worst overwhelming experience I had was playing that Deep Rock Galactic. That one actually causes me to have like bad memories. That one. I think I'm feeling I want to play Warframe more a little bit more than Guild Wars. Just a little bit though, just a little bit. When I grind for something, I'm looking for a teammate who's purple, draconic, and support. Give me a holler. Heck yeah, I'll keep Zen in mind. I mean, so far the people who has added me as friends in Warframe has been very patient and supportive, so I definitely appreciate that a lot. The spin move is so good, it's crazy. When in doubt, spin. Can I go in there? Well, it doesn't hurt. Oh yeah. One. That looks like loot area. best. I'm endgame level, but I only bring stuff that won't nuke the entire room. My toxic nuke zombie dog. Yeah, this one kind of reminds me of Monster Hunter as well, right? In Monster Hunter, you can choose to bring a gear that's close to the lowest player's level, which is nice. It's like I can in Monster Hunter World, I won't bring a Fatalis level gear to fight a low rank engineer. You know what I mean? Ah, it's the loot area. Kobo's the best. Look at Mr. Hooktooth. Or the toxic nuke zombie dog. This reminds me of a fact, but it's king. Kobo's needy these days, I cannot believe it. They were saying a language and I don't know what it is. Wait. Oh.
Good work. We have what we... Wait. Tenno. Coordinates in this nav segment put the galleon on a direct course to a convoy of colonists. You have a choice. You can extract now, or you can disable this galleon and save the colonists. Saving the colonists could jeopardize this mission. I recommend you head straight to extraction, but the choice is yours. The Ascaris failsafe is attacking your systems. Your shield capacity has just been halved. You're wasting precious time, Tenno.
It's fine. I can flippy dip, dips. So this is good. This is fine. Wait, I want to go here. Oh, unlucky. Well, honestly, Kobo had a bit of a bad interaction this morning, but Kobo won't go into it too much. The spin, best move. It covers 360 ground. And back when Joki was away, nothing much. I'm still going through the main missions.
You've reached the ship's power systems. Destroy the reactor. Destroy the fuel injectors.
out of here. I'm gonna spin. Wait, I can just shoot them. Oh, that's definitely a lot easier. Hi, me. Having breakfast right now, so gonna be AFK, but I'll say hello. Heck yeah. Oh, me has a good heckin' breakfast. Nice. Oh, meat is very kobo today. Actually, I want to know how kobo I am today. Oh no, I'm not kobold today. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Jokey's. Whoa, Jokey kobold. Ash is kind of kobold. My bot will never lie. Well, everyone's a kobold now. I'm holding something. Oh, that was cool. Eh? What? How to kobold? Yipping is a good start now. You need to find a dragon or a larger kobold to hang around with. Also collect shinies. Count boss Yip collect shiny. Sounds about right. And bite dragons. I like biting dragons for attention. And like sometimes they'll put me in a cage.
The colonist ship has escaped.
I'm doing
admire your noble
another
intentions,
dragon.
Tenno, but you must survive for the future of the system.
I'm gonna go nap. Mr. Me and nothing like a maniac really tired me out. Yeah. Have a good nap then.
When you are
Terrace
ready,
dark. Still
proceed to the navigation console.
Hell yeah. Look at that. Ooh, love that. Oh, I need a dragon as well. You know what? I'm gonna do that real quick actually. It's pretty simple. Commands. So I can just duplicate this one. And then make this dragon. Actually, I want to change from, I'll say from 0 to 200. How about? Yeah, I think I like that. Same goes for the kobold, so that, yeah, I think 200 is good. Gonna wake up and go mining on the floating isles on my Minecraft server. Here at the Dorted on by the remaining kobolds. Uh-oh. But I'm not a kobold though. Whoa, that's a lot of people. There, okay. Oh, I should try the thing. There we go. I'm pretty kobold now. Have fun beating up the orangutan man. Okay. I will beat up Vor. Oh, Fairy is pretty dragon. Ash is very dragon. Wait, how dragon am I though? I'm like 80 something percent kobold, right? I'm more dragon. Zen is not a dragon. Oh no. Zen is not a dragon. Fairy is pretty, heck yeah. Alright, here we go. Did we swap places?
The detonator is charging up. You need to bring Vor down. He thinks he can capture you again. Don't worry. I will be with you. Let us show him how much you have learned.
Level 2 to 5. Insulting. And reporting you to the Dragon Council? Oh no. Maybe you're gonna do it pause it there. All kobolds is Dirks, all Dirks is kobolds. Oh my god, I can imagine all the huge dragons are just yipping. And zooming around. I think that's so funny though.
Are you ready, Tenno? Facing Vor is the only way to rid yourself.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cut you off right there, Lotus.
Come for revenge? Arrogant fool! You could have been free.
No, I caused a lot of
Tenno,
moss, you fuck.
Be careful. Even with the Ascaris bolt's interference disabled, Captain Vor is a dangerous threat.
Hey, you want some chiropractic? There goes the spine. Thanks for the spine. For that face at 4. That would be a very white kobold. Muscle but short lizard. Look, if you report me to the Dragon Council, I'm not gonna say that. Look, I mean it when I say I'm pretty needy these days. Okay, a kobold will try to contain herself as much as possible. Okay. Try to anyway. I'll be very containing kobold. Or else I'm a dirt. Definitely wouldn't bully any former dirks. I'll meet you at the stream. Ooh. Oh yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, pulse on them too? Holy shit, crazy. Am I still being shot at? Spine. I have to spin to win. What you gonna do about it? Where'd you go? I wanna say something on stream, but I really don't think I can say it. I'll post it to my loot chat Discord after. Oh, oh my god, my brain is so cooked today. Oh my god. Do it. I don't want to get banned. Well, it probably wouldn't get banned. Just I don't know what others would think of me after that. Oh my god. Oh shit. Whoa. Pre-aim?
I could have saved the Grenier, but they cast me out. Maybe it's not too late to draw your divine blood.
I have divine blood. Where am I going? Here. I actually didn't see them. Hi Nina, don't like Warframe but I'll still alert. For sure, it's okay. And thanks for the alert, Nina. I just started playing it. Giving it a try, I feel like it's not bad. I can be a trans-colored Warframe. It's like hell yeah. Okay. Hi Akko. I should drink. Thank you, Akko. Now some morning.
I will put you down like a rabbit cobra.
That move is pretty good. Yeah, the speed move is like so good. Ooh, someone can tank a hit now. Oh, I'm back here. No shiny this one. Maybe I just didn't really go explore this place as much. I can kind of see why they nerf Slam. I mean... I mean... I don't know how good this is, but... It feels good, but I don't know. There's a different Slam. Insane you haven't found a star looting so much rare shiny thing? No. How's the Warframe experience? Pretty good so far. Also, hi Dragon Colony. I can be a trans-colored Warframe. That's already a big plus in my book.
Foolish Tenno, do you realize your notice has sent you to die?
Well, I can spin.
For the last time. Cover me! Let us see how you dance, Tenno.
Ooh, there's a door. If you don't want people gifting you stuff, there's this thing you can turn on. Oh, I'll turn it on after then. Where is it that I can turn on? Or maybe I can do it now? Because I feel like I feel bad if people just send me stuff in the game because I don't know how long I'll be playing this game, so... It's an option. Oh. Oh. I'll put in nobody from now because I would really feel bad if I receive gifts now. Like I still don't know if I'll be playing this in the long run, and then it's like throwing away gifts feels mean. Am I get platinum so I can give stuff? Yeah, but that's your platinum, right? And it's like I still like the thing is I don't know if I'll be playing this for a long run, and I'm afraid that when you spend money on me and then I'm not playing this, I'm essentially wasting your things, and I don't want that. I genuinely don't. So for me it took oh hi Jake. Believe me, you will be coming back to this. For me it took 5 years to come around. Oh, 5 years? I mean, I did download this a few times and then only playing it today. Audi of everything. Hi, Overbuild. Oh my god, couple. It's been a while. Hope Overbuild is doing good. I'm not spending money. Believe me, I want to get gifts. So new players have said getting gifts to stop turns them away. Warframes, yes. Cosmetic stuff, why would it? I mean, if it's just cosmetics, it's fine. My point of view, right? My point of view is that I will I will okay, I will open up receiving gifts if I know for sure that I'll be playing this for a while. But for now I'm putting it off because again, I don't know how long I'll be playing this. So I'll putting it off for now. But if I do play more in the future, then I'll definitely put it back on. So yeah, I appreciate that, no? I'm very hot, but I'm okay. Oh yeah, it's the heat wave, right? Misting high in the morning. Oh, I've been lurking sometimes in your channel, but not as much. Time zones. Agreed with Dragon Colony. Share the sentiment. Another Covenant Man. Oh yeah, Overboard is amazing. Does many art. I like Overboard's art. Whoa. What if I can just tippy tip though? Oh! And that works, I guess. Also, people spending money on a game they don't want to play can be stressful. Yeah, I would appreciate when people spend their money on me if it's a game that I do play, for like a while. Yeah, I know. Even platinum is also in-game money. Do you know what I mean? Because platinum is hard to come by. Tenno. Hi, Solar. Sliding. Double jump. Oh my god, I'm flippy dippy zipped so hard. Hi, Solar. The most enthusiastic fish. Oh, Solar. There's an exclamation mark dragon command, no?
You went to sleep in a system of Grineer slaves. You wake to Grineer warriors.
Still no bird? Okay, I'm adding bird now. I'm adding bird now. I keep forgetting. Give me a second. I'll add bird now. I'll add bird now. Bird. Bird. Yeah, look at that. No, too late. No, it's never too late. I make the rules here. I make the rules here. Okay, we get bird. Oh, Joki's bird. Oh my god. I'm Nugget. Uh-oh. Jade's not dragon. I think Jade is partially... Griffon is partially dragon, no? Whoa, Overboard is mega dragon. There we go, look, Jade is mega bird. Checks out, yeah. Kobo. Oh! Overboard is a dragon! My bot never lies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Welcome to Dragon. Today we have seen a kobold become a dragon and a dragon becomes a kobold. Hi Dan, it's me, the mightiest Durg. It's so cool. Hi Dan, oh my god. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. Dragon Colony is kobold. Wow, I cannot believe it. My dreams are coming true. Overbolt has evolved to a dragon. Oh my god. Bolt can dance, you asshat. I'm good.
Tenno.
Wait, I'm missing a lot of chat. Dragons are kobolds, common dragons today. Yep. Dan is very kobold. Oh my god. Bolt hit us with the Uno reverse. As I'm a dragon today, apparently I have to gather up the former Dirks.
Oh,
Hey,
the
I'm
Ascaris bolt. It seems to have gone inert the moment Vor vanished. You
I'm
have
still a
defended
kobold today.
Earth from a dangerous threat. Well done. Head to extraction.
War sucks. I'm not saying getting gifts is bad, but it's just what I hear that some new players get turned off from gifting. Oh yeah, no, I get that. I did mention my point of view was, getting gifts early game is not bad, but to me personally, if you work hard for it, and gifting me something when I don't know if I'll be playing this for the long run, and I would feel terrible. So if I know that I'll be playing this game longer, then yeah, gifts will come back, and feel free to give me gifts. give me gifts. Oh my god. But for now, no. For now only. Yeah, I turned it off. But also some stuff is pretty cheap if you have access to platinum. Well, Joki did mention that Joki has platinums to gift. And I don't mind getting gifts if I do know that I'll be playing this game in the long run. So heck yeah. If I do, then I'll look forward to that. Flippy dips and zippy dips. Flippy dip. Get styled on them. Bigger primary early gift thing is pretty big established streamers moving the Warframe. Some gifts can be chunky spoilers. Jokey chunky. Dragon chunky. I totally get that. Weapon proficiency too. Cowboy is so good at pole dancing, huh? Noodle.
You've done it, Tenno. Vor's Ascaris is gone. You are free now. But your work has just begun. The origin system is in chaos, and it needs you, Tenno. Vor was just a part of the Grineer machine, and we have seen that the Corpus have begun amassing weapons of their own. It is a dangerous time.
I love my trans-colored.
Ordis will gladly assist the operator in cutting a bloody path in whatever mission they choose.
Look at that.
We will be at your side. There will be others too. It is time for the Tenno to return. So, what mission will you do next?
You spend time pulling the poster? Yeah. What? War's prize? Quest complete? My coins, you were right, the tenno threat is real. We found one drifting near Earth, but the Lotus knew we were coming. She purged the cryo moments before we had them and sent a squad of tenno to break our assault. They escaped. We are working on tracing them. Separate this tenno from the flock and it should be easy kill. We shattered its Warframe and expect such an abrupt cryo purge will have damaged its memories. We anxiously await punishment for failing this task. 4. Aren't you dead? The teacher? Represent. 1 credit pride decorations. Do the teacher now? Okay. You spend time putting poster. Yeah, check your inbox. I sent before. I sent way before. Oh. Here. Whoa. Darvo? A weapon for you. Deliver to inventory? Okay. Lotus?
Though I wish you could have awoken to a kinder face than Vor's, you have already shown your mettle. Hope remains for this system. Know that you are not alone, that I will guide you, and that your tenno brethren will fight beside you. Continue to grow in strength,
Jump
so that you
scare?
may join the tenno who fight on other planets.
Love being the represent. Oh. Very generous gift from Yuki. I also like, wait.
Operator, Ordis is
Uh-uh.
sorry. Happy
Yeah.
to report that all my good jokes are gone.
Buddy. Companion? Oh. Whoa. Who? Are you dragon? I cannot see. View details. Who? Huh? That? Huh? That? No. Where? Gear? Starburst? Oh, worm? A noodle? It's kind of dragon. There's a dragon skin for them. Oh, there's limited time dragon skin that was initially for them. Limited time. God damn it. No. Emotes? Display balance and finesse with these rhythmic movements. I didn't know there's aerobics. Skin available to purchase during Chinese New Year. Wow. Dang, there's aerobics. A tenno display of power and technique followed with a short bow. Solstice Narta. Istensi mode? Shrug. That's not a casual shrug, that's cool as fuck. What do you mean? Poise Narta. Okay, I'm putting this one in. Equip. Very, very nice. Oh, this one is good too. But yeah, don't buy a gear with plat ever. Platter for slots and cosmetics. Okay. Okay, can I have the dash, but may all the frames reward. Have a good stream. Thank you, Overbold. Have a good day to you as well. And keep cool and take care of yourself, right? Be careful of the heat waves as well. Reminder to hydrate as well. Very important. Boo. Whoa. That's actually cool. Oh, are you using this like, Ooh, double fang, that double knife? 1刀, yeah. I mean, like in Dynasty where people keep saying like, Lord Guan Yu. Guan Yu. Whoa. Big bonk. I need this. I'm buying it. I'm buying it. I need this. How do I? Yes. Yes. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. And Kobo has never been this excited. I forward you the skin on your Discord. Look at Silva and Aegis. That one looks like a... That one showed on market, I think. Wait. Another pro tip: never sell weapons or frames. We will get them to 30. Like here. It's too cool. I like punchings too. Alright, let's do the teacher. Don't sell quests given weapons. This is tip number 1. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. I would place more actually. Equipment, orbiter, decorate. Yes. Yes. Big. This one's really cool. Nice. Very nice. Very. This one's slanted. I'm gonna cry. Gurinia? How do I start the teacher? Whoa. Oh, a beacon. It's not straight, just like us. Yeah. Octavia, my beloved. Yoshimitsu? They speak? That's it?
Tenno. With 4 gone, Corpus forces have begun to scavenge his camps. Intel suggests they have detected a signal emanating from some reactivated Orokin-era technology.
Orokin?
Move in and find the source of that signal before they do.
So am I gonna see some 8-headed schnick? Defense... The teacher, there it is, okay. I found it, the teacher. Navigation. It didn't appear. I have to like go wherever that wants to like activate the teacher, question mark? Heck yeah, I'm going in. I'm going... Oh my god. Have punch.
Careful. There are Corpus heat signatures ahead. Move toward the source of the signal. I will try and patch you into their comms.
So, neutral punch and forward punch is the same? Okay, okay. So this one is easier to control, I feel like. Jumping attack? Jumping attack is trash, actually. But slam is the same. Okay. Middle mouse button, heavy attack, I think? Yeah. Which I never do. Holding block can change combo. Right mouse button, that's mouse 2. So mouse 2 was aim. I put aim to V. My right mouse button is now punch. Oh, no loot. Hold your weapon swap to do block combos. Something happened just now. I'm kind of hoping, I'm kind of holding weapon swap now. Quick swapping between melee and guns, or you can go into a dedicated melee. Do have more boring combos though, like the punch. This one somehow covers so much ground, it's crazy. Oh, I couldn't even touch him. Oh, Moonlight Trash Comb. We'll get into future game mechanics when it's time. I agree. She does no punch and pick flower. Yeah. And I think that's good enough. Nuh-uh. Get out of here.
For's demise is our golden opportunity. For this, bring me the Orican mod segment that our dearest benefactor Nefonyo so deeply desires. Now, enough of this idleness. Go!
Jarvis,
The
kill that man.
technology is a mod segment. That must stay out of Corpus' hands at all costs. Tenno, recover it immediately.
Where am I going?
Neither Grenier or Corpus have the authorization to activate an Orican air distress beacon. So who did? Be wary.
Oh my god. But the hitbox on the punch is trash. What do you mean? That's so unfortunate. Oh, I've been lied to. I thought that's a place I can go. Wait. But what's over there? Loot. Many loot. Oh. Okay, the punch hitbox is trash. What is that? It's also a new tenno weapon, so take all the weapon capabilities you are seeing as just basic idea of how different weapons can behave. Okay. How is it a width? My fist is literally inside that hurt box. I like the sliding attack though. Ooh, I like that uppercut. Upper, 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 upper. You can cancel the first hit? It's a weird double right jab. Hyper fist. Hyper fist. It's kind of gain some bonuses to sword melees. That too. You have avoided the sword option so far. What? Huh? Sword only? Hiya. That's weird. He's a sword wielding guy? Yeah, I thought he's not just a sword wielding guy, but the melee guy. Whoa.
Am I to believe that you are the Tenno who cut down the mighty Vor? Even these covetous merchants avoided triggering the segment's anti-tampering routine.
That voice.
The Tenno I remember could find their enemy's weakness faster than the Kubradon finds a jugular. What happened to you?
What are you doing here?
I need to see for myself. Have the Tenno risen? Or is this another Lotus trick?
I don't think I can destroy that thing. What's the hitbox on the sliding punch? Only at the end, okay. He says, I like the air combo potential for this weapon though.
Teshin Dax.
Oh shit.
This Tenno is not your foe.
We shall see.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Yoshimitsu? Why? What? They got two swords. They're cheating. They're cheating.
Do you even remember the old war?
No.
Well, you wouldn't anyway. She made sure all the Tenno forgot. A mercy, I suppose. Finally. You have rested too long. Get up. Now.
What do you want?
I have disabled your Warframe's abilities. Orokin tricks won't help you now. Pick up that weapon.
Phone?
Your life depends on you proving to me that you are a Tenno and not some imposter. Now, try and cut me down.
Where?
We are beyond her reach. You are alone.
You want me to use a gun against you?
What feeble game is the Lotus playing? Promising.
Yeah, I have a gun, you have a sword. What do you mean? I can literally just jump shoot while I'm blocking the entire screen.
You do remember.
Yeah, stay there. That's nice. That's nice.
Yes, a tenno indeed. How long I have waited for this day. Stand down. We have much to review, and little time to do so.
Thanks. I just shocked you 100 times. Secret
Your
technique gun.
weapons bear no mods. Your orbiter, no mod segment. And the Lotus not provide even the simplest... It matters not. I now have one in my arsenal.
He is
Your
aura
first
though?
lesson is simple. Destroy these targets. Can you not see? They are outfitted with advanced shields, vulnerable only to electric elemental attacks. Your body remembers the stances, but your mind has forgotten your studies. Use my arsenal and upgrade your weapon.
I can get free? He has aura though? Who needs gun? We have aura. True. Just passed this part not too long ago? Heck yeah. I guess I'm taking it really slow here. Aw. Drag the Stormbringer mod onto the slot on the top of the weapon. Electric damage. Polarity symbol in the upper right corner, some mod slots. Matching polarities will reduce the cost of equipping that mod. We shape our tools. Apply a mod to weapon or warframe. Return to Teshin.
Now, try again.
Oh,
See? Mods were the hidden power behind the Orokin's military, capable of turning simple weapons into implements of mass destruction. Fueled by the miracle of Endo, they can be endlessly rearranged and tailored to cut through the defenses of any foe. Next
Actually-
lesson. See how your weapon fares against these targets.
having aim at B doesn't feel too bad.
These shields are only weak to magnetic elemental damage.
So you want me to go change it now?
Remember your alchemy. When electricity combines with cold, you create a magnetic field. Apply your mods accordingly.
No, what? They're combined. They have combined elemental damage? Ado, not yamai. This is. Oh. Yo. I don't like that.
See? So simple. Even a child could do it.
I'll shoot you in the head.
Now, test your work. We will
Can I have my fist back actually? I forgot to change that
Right
fist
on
to
schedule.
trans-colored.
show these corpus all you have learned.
Didn't think I would find you. Huh. You underestimate my tenacity and desire.
Where's Tenno? Yeah, get him, get him.
War will come soon. Bolster your warframe.
Ooh, now we have upgrades. Can I have fire plus fire for more fire? Mods can also be installed on the Warframe. Equip Vitality, increase your Warframe's health. Okay. What does red mean? Oh, red's bad? No, I put to red what you...
Let us try this again.
I want my melee back. I mean, they don't hurt.
We'll take care of these mercenaries. Take the mod segment. It is too valuable to fall into Corpus hands.
You can fire plus fire for higher fire. Would it have like a special name like Mega Inferno or Dragon's Fire?
Take the segment and go. I am not done here.
Okay, Teshin, you better not die, dum-dum. Actually, can I stay here and go with him? Oh, my health is going down. Okay, okay. Well, okay, I'm leaving.
Much better. That was the scouts. But the cavalry gather. Collect your weapons and take whatever mods you need. We have little time.
Tenno, get to extraction.
Why?
Is that a mod segment?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Yes, my fist is back. Kobo can fist again. What? Wait. Fist them all? Heck yeah. The Fenrir! Oh my god! Hi, Fenrir. Welcome. What were you playing? We will hickin' yip. I'm gonna yip and Fenrir. Oh, Minecraft. How was Minecraft? How was the heckin' the minus of crafts? Also, Minecraft was good. Heck yeah, good to know. Very, very nice. Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art. Really. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Thanks again for the raid. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Like, get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Yeah. So we're playing Warframe. Wanted to see how it was going. Oh, yeah. I just kind of started playing. I started playing about 4 hours ago, and so far it has been pretty nice. Yeah. Brand new to Warframe, Upper Splash is playing slow now, going at a relaxed pace. Oh, thank you, Fermi. Yeah, I'm going at a very slow pace here. So far, Warframe has been really fun. I get to punch and fist everything now. I like it. I got the mega uppercut. And then I can mega right punch onto their deck. Sometimes you're just gonna keep it simple, just right punch all the way. Bop. Wait, shoot me again. What? This can also deflect bullets? That's kinda cool. All melees can? The way that the way that I swing my fists around to deflect bullets was so cool. Dip dips, tippity dips. Need food, will lurk? Of course, and thanks again for the raid. Have a good food, Fenrir. Show me again. Reload quicker. Oh yeah, that was really cool actually. You may if this weapon can slap. I would. Any fisting, slapping, I love them. As long as I can get up close and really personal. I love that. Kobo always like to punch the shit out of everything. Oh. Dude, airborne ragdoll is so funny, holy shit. The sun is shining directly in my face. I cannot see anything. Well, I can, but it's hard. I need to go back to Arsenal. I need to change my fist to transcolored as well. Look at that. Lifted status is funny to see. they just fly and stays there. I love that. Warframe? Heck yeah, I started playing Warframe today. Hi Nexus. Hi Draken, oh my god Draken. Nexus, Draken. Applied learning? Wait.
Oh my, Tenno. I've gone and captured your comrade. So, let's make a deal. You bring me the mod segment, I release the Dax.
Teshin gave you that mod segment. Maybe he can be trusted. Install it at once. You will need maximum power for your next mission.
Max power. Max power. Right, let me change my fist to my properly transcolor. What? Hiya. Okay. Also hope Nexus is doing it. I don't know why that's a thing, but Endo is the unique field that enhances mods. Create Endo by dissolving unwanted mods. Select the duplicate Stonebringer mod to and then select dissolve. To duplicate the dissolve? Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, okay, okay. I'm max texting the mods, heck yeah. I'm going to find dragons here, I hope. A mod to upgrade via fusion? Lifting strikes and whirlwind combos? Aww. Heat wave should be getting better? Sounds good. Oh yeah, I never really did this, but I wanna. Yeah, look at dragon, oh my god. Nice. Play for 2 hours in missions in total? The game knows. Nexus Dragon, amazing.
When you are ready, find Teshin.
None of your mods are compatible with this weapon. Visit the mods menu in your codex. Full list of mods where you can get them. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah. Definitely gonna need the trans-colored everything. Oh, even this. I don't know what this is, but boom, there we go. Ralph? Oh my god, Ralph. Yeah. Yep. The final test. It's time to fast. No? Oh, this one. It's time for more feast. I can make people vomit with this.
Teshin is deep within this ship. Cut through the corpus and find him.
Sweet fortune. What are the odds? Another bird flies into my hands. Oh, Nefanya will pay dearly for the two of you. Corpus, take the tenno. Dead or alive, it matters little.
What did I just destroy? Appa. 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 A billboard? Domestic drone? The mega right punch? How many? Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I couldn't mute in time, I'm so sorry. It was so sudden, oh my god. Oh, it's a loot room. You can stand on them and they'll room by your domestic drone. I want to be a drone. Nice. I'm muting myself for a little bit. Make sure you're gonna go close the curtain. The sun is really harsh now. I'm up for my neck. Looks like you're rescuing your teacher. Yeah. I'm also doing a lot of fisting. I need to drink water. Also, welcome back then. Get fisted. Oh my god, I couldn't kill you. The ragdoll, oh my god. Well, the uppercut hits, it really hurts, but it's so hard to aim with the uppercut. What? I have guns too. And then also the fist weapon in this game. Also sparring weapons which are feet as well as fist. Oh, I want that one. The fist weapon feels, I mean, it feels alright. The hitbox is like terrible. Like gosh giddy golly. You feel better once you get stances for it? There's a mod to increase the range of effect. You need to acquire combo sets for them to feel great. Ah, okay. Combo is so fast. What is that? What is that airborne state? Oh my god, this form is so funny. Yeah, shoot me then. I'm the coolest. I'm the coolest. Ah, yeah. Whoa. Oh my god, you have a new move. That's kinda cool. Watch this. I whiffed. No, I didn't. I'm the best. I have to aim at enemy's right side for the punch to land. I just realized. Early sparring weapon is called Kokake. The enemies deserve to be violent fat kobo beans. You. No. Upper. Oh, they have shield runs. Ooh, I never used this. Yeah, get fucked. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm the coolest. I'm the coolest. Oh. No loot? Oh. I'm gonna do some off-cam mining in Minecraft. I'm not gonna have your gameplay as my mining podcast. Oh. That sounds nice. Thank you. Have fun mining in Minecraft. Ooh, secret. Unless it's not a secret. I'm not stuck here, am I? Okay. I have way bigger jump than I thought. Oh, it's chiropractor. Upper. I guess chill? Okay, you're not chill, but... Uh-oh. The battle guy was thinking about what to have for lunch break. Oh, too bad that they're within fisting range. Unfortunate for them. Whoa. Ground finisher? He had a knuckle sandwich, I'm gonna cry. Upper. Oh, I've been here. Oh, I've been here. It's a lunch break, guy. If you knock enemies down, you do ground finishes. Sandwich? Sandwich does sound really good right now, honestly.
You found him. First, eliminate the wardens.
Bop. Ooh, doing stealth kills ranks up faster? Whoa, I couldn't control. I'm too fast. Hey, hey, hey. Someone's behind you. Thank you very much.
Get Teshin out of that cell.
She sent you to rescue me?
I think.
Not quite, Teshin. The Tenno is on a capture mission.
Can... Oh.
Very
Actually,
well.
okay.
If you think they are ready.
But why? But why? But why? But why? What's the reason? What is the reason though? Like, what makes you want to kill me though? What happened? We were on good terms, no? Why would you suddenly want to cut me down? Like, what the hell? I can punch if you know that, right? Upper. Upper. Oh, Wait, dash back upper? Oh my god, dash back upper is so good. Wait.
You have already learned mod fusion. Did you show them this, Lotus?
Did I mod fuse? Watch this. Dash back upper. I'm gonna ignore that you teleported right behind me. Don't worry about that. Upper. You think you're faster? I have waste. I can upper. Hiya, upper. I'm the best. Upper. Double upper. Because why not upper?
Yes, you are the Tenno I remember.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I'm never using one ever again. Ow. Uh-oh. Do I lose health already? That one's giving a lot of shield. Are they giving each other shields? You know what? I'm going. Get fucked!
Lotus, let's talk.
Capture target. That's capturing? That's fucked up.
One more order of business, Tenno. Scuttle this vessel.
What is scuttle? Even my Malaysian slang came in. Wonder why this shit is so hard to break. He's in the Pokeball? Upper. I learned new things. I don't have to dash back upper or slide back upper. Huh? Okay, we good. Oh, that feels good. You get absolutely fisted. She hasn't been to Venice yet, I presume? Nexus knows Warframe? Oh my god. I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't know Warframe at all. What happened? Flashback. Going by a train? Oh. I'm so cool! Oh my god, they do it again. Yeah. I love the electric. CD2 just frame. CD2 just frame, let's go. If only I have the spar weapon, I can help sweep them. When the airborne is just so funny, oh my god. Played with friends last year, finished the main story quests that were around then. Oh wow. I should jump back in for the newer story. There's already newer story in just 1 year's time. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. Oh, or I am. Up. I'm looking for loot. Oh, I guess I found loot. The devs are very active. It sure feels like it, yeah. You can bullet jump from standing, which is handy for getting out of holes. From standing? Like pressing 2 buttons at once quickly. Slick. 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 I couldn't slip this thing. There we go. You don't have to be moving around. I might jump again if I have been busy. That's very understandable. If Nexus jumps in, we can be friends in Warframe. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. You jump in your cursor direction-ish, so if you look at bullet jump, you go new upwards. Oh. Up. Oh, I deflect that. Because I'm so cool. I love how the left elbow has like the shittiest hitbox ever. Good reminder, I should kobo ball too. Heck yeah. I'm just like Tira in the game, so it should be very easy to find the kobo. Okay. Oh, Zeus! I got him. Hi, Zeus. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Evie. Metal Gear Solid 5? Oh, I had never played a single Metal Gear Solid game before. Hope game was fun. Welcome in, Zeus. Oh my god. Cool dog. Very, very cool dog. Hope Zeus is doing good. I hope you are doing good. Hope you're having a nice weekend as well. Welcome in everyone from the rear. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits where I do art sometimes. Welcome. It's just Tiara. It's a stealing people simulator? Stealing people? But I thought Metal Gear Solid is hiding in the box game, no? And somehow that works. No? I thought that's the game. So, yeah. Yeah, just Tira. You can steal people in this one and add them to your... Oh, that's wild. Yeah, I'm brand new. Thank you, Fermi. But yeah, if you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Very important. And get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Something is like shiny down there. Malam test. Wait. Wait. Alright, I can continue fisting again. Whoa. Opa. Yeah, easy rank up. I'm the coolest. Opa. Opa. Oh. I'll try to add you when I'm back on my proper PC later. Of course, no rush. And thank you, Nexus. Oh. Why is there blood? I don't like blood.
The reactor is protected by 2 control systems. You need to breach both systems to expose the reactor core.
Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, that's why OBS trying to reconnect. Oh, reconnection successful. Okay, I think we're back. Nice. Okay, all good, all good, all good. All good. Very, very nice. Heck yeah, thank you, Nexus. Alright, I can continue fisting, it's fine.
Corpus! Stop that, Tenno!
Oh, fuck. Oh, it's so funny. Opa. Oh, I only have 29 health. Is that my health? I think 29 is my health. It's red. I don't know how to get it back.
This is it. Take out the reactor.
Opa.
Put out a distress call. When you do, let them all know. The Tenno are back.
Oh, it's over there. I thought I was dead. Run. There's no heal in this game. Upper. Upper. Get fisted, everyone. Oh, I got the Rubedo. Easy. At this current stage of the game, your only option should be via health orbs. Oh my god, that's very low. As you progress, Oh, reconnection successful. What is going on? Dang it. Dang it, dang it.
Tenno, you have learned much in a short period, but your work has
Yeah,
barely
Max is
started.
probably.
I have word from Venus. The people of Fortuna suffer under a corrupt, despotic preacher named Nef Anyo. They require a champion capable of fighting Corpus. Use the Venus Junction to bypass faction blockades. When you get to Fortuna, find a gentleman who goes by the moniker The Business. He is trustworthy. Your Lotus has graciously offered me residence in the relay. Come see me when you wish to learn more.
Wait, so they're inside me now? Oh, what is this? The teacher quiz complete.
It's that time again, dreamers.
What is this? Daily, weekly acts. Oh, it's like a battle pass or some sort. Tune in. I'm good.
And we're out.
Watch all. This game features a complete free battle pass sort of reward system. Yeah. Oh, okay. What is that? No, something. That was the thing. That looks so cool. I want that. What is that? Liverion? Undiscovered. There's no. The fuck?
Now, who would be knocking all the way out
What?
here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
You fucking jump scared me. Whoa.
Hello there. So, first time then. Drusus Leverian. Welcome to my humble cabinet of curiosities. Drop any donations in the little box. Now, the Leverian is a bit of a work in progress, but please do look around. I only ask you be gentle with the collection. The displays are quite valuable, quite rare, and some may still be armed.
What?
Yer struggled to his feet as every molecule in his body approached critical. Behind the glass, the technicians gave him a final, grim salute before slamming the blast door closed. Wholesome Yer, pirate and legend, went nova. The reactor caught the reaction. The technicians harnessed it, and the engines of the Mascus Theodolite roared to life. It was indeed the boldest of fools who attempted to leash lightning. And so, a notorious rogue
I'm not
said to be
listening.
unkillable met his end in the attempt.
I'm just
as the
making
historical
this
record now
dance.
demonstrates.
I'm not listening. Each exhibit tells a bit of the story, so starting from beginning is best. Ah, but I don't want to listen to story. I want to fist things. Hi, Ninetales. How's the Warframe? So far, so good, I would say. Yeah. When I get back. Jump down? No, I cannot jump down. Oh, okay. But I want that. That looks so cool. Look at their booba. Can always come back for Liberian later. Hmm. You think she has booba? Does that not look like booba? Huh? She's at the generous end, but there are some crazy frames and skins. Oh my god, clever. Oh my god, I didn't know it does that. Look at my trans-colored. This is so good. I want to see any new melee weapon here. Dwarf scanner? Heavy throwing weapon that can knock down enemies at a distance. They will out-booba her? I recommend not scoring market too much. Lots of potential spoilers there. Okay. Lecter. Half taser, half whip. I already have bow. But I want to kick things. I don't want to look at too much. Siam. Oh, they have katana as well. Look at that stance. Look at that stance. Gonna rank up. Oh, rank up to get the kick. I mean, and as much as I would like to do the fist, the hitbox is too shit. I'm so sorry, but I couldn't fist anything. I couldn't fist anything. Kokage. Go do MR test. I'm going back to my. Yeah, I'm going back to my bow.
Ready for action.
Hmm? Baroque. Return more treasures from the void. Preview? Preview what? If you click on the junction, it should tell you what the tasks to do with are. The MR thing? Or this thing? Sure. Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
A
Oh,
tenno must be a master of all their weapons. Prove yourself with your primary weapon.
you want me gun?
I believe you can handle more. Excellent. Continue.
Hats off to you? What was that? Whoa. Did we do it?
A formidable performance. This test is now complete.
Oh my god.
Another job well executed.
Kobo is just holding on the trigger. Get MR experience by leveling new weapons frames and not give the first time. Tap firing auto? I mean, it's so far. I have to tap fire, no? Yeah.
Check your inbox, operator. Maybe Otis will get a message someday.
Nora is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes, she wonders, does the Uno ever leave that tower?
Friend.
Can she leave
Congrats.
that
Heck yeah, thank you.
tower? Who is she? What is she?
Can I do that again?
Someone in Cetus must have answers. Come on, sweet things. Give it up.
So I have to use guns and stuff?
As ready as you will ever be.
Can you preview what I just shared? Huh? What did you share? Oh, this one? Invalid link. I guess not. So now we just follow the main quest line? What is the main quest line? Defense? I mean, this one has like the thing. This one is shiny. This one is also shiny, but night ends in 29 minutes, right? Deploy a resource extractor. Huh? Guess I'll go here. I mean, it's defense. Complete junctions? Good question. Most weapon max at 30, so you can get most. I'm missing some chat. Oh my god, my chat box is too small. I couldn't scroll up for whatever reason. Oh no. Help. If you level them to 30 before getting rid of them, if you get rid of them. Oh, don't have to go back and do stuff. Oh. The message on the top right is giving you quest suggestions. Oh, so I'm not supposed to be here. That's basically your current mini quest objective, and you just need to path to it and or do the task the junction asks you to do while doing so. Oh. Oh, like I'm trying to unlock maps and stuff, right?
Reinforcements are inbound. Hold the line.
Oh. Rude. Oh, goddamn. Who's throwing bombs? Whoa, what the heck? Being here isn't a bad thing since you're getting more map, but doing new nodes if it's flashing blue, you haven't done it before, is a good idea. Oh, okay. I'm glad it shows. Unfortunate. What? I mean, the crying upon is super duper tanky. Exceedus?
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
I can fight more.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
That's nice, I get to choose. I go EP now? Of course, it's okay. Have a good EP. Night night, Solar. I don't see anyone. What the hell? Am I blind? Find one mob? Ooh. says I found one mod. Oh my god. What? I don't think I can go for 15 waves. I couldn't see them, I'm so blind. Ow! No Eximus enemies with abilities? Sundering Weave.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
I think I can.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
They still have a lot of health. Damn. Can I do 15? I mean, the shield regens. I think the health regen as well, question mark? What? What happened? Where are you shooting from? What? I cannot fight enemies, I'm so blind, it's crazy. Okay, health doesn't. You grab red balls for health, X marks drop them. It takes a bit to be able to start enemies easier, I guess. They are like the same color essentially. Like, I don't see them. They're the same color blending with the background. That is crazy. I'm surprised it's still fine.
Reinforcements
Nice.
available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Why not?
Keep
You can
fighting.
instead of
Another
give them a
opportunity
highlight,
to
makes them easier
extract
to
will
see.
appear soon.
Oh, I mean, that would be nice. I feel like I'm so blind when it comes to games like this. I'll read the message after. Oh, that's gonna hurt. What's going on? Oh, the cryopod health regens. Oh, thank God. Okay. There was 200,000 explosions. Oh. Okay, miraculously still surviving. The thing, I mean, it keeps regenerating, so that's really nice.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy. Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
I mean, 3 last waves, why not? Right? I just hope when I die I still get the things, I still get the things from before. If it's not, then it's a bit fucked up, but it is what it is if that's the case. I think if I want to do it, I have to jump while doing it. Nice. Exalted Blade. It's mostly all nothing. It's been since I've done this with how the mission finished. What is kept functions? Is permission type specific? It all or nothing then. Okay, so if I die, I don't get anything. That's fucked up, but also feels like there has to be a risk to keep going. So, oh my god. Oh my god, you're almost dead. I don't think they're gonna heal in time. I don't know how much health it has. I'm so scared. I'm just trying my best. Fuck. Holy shit, my health is going down like crazy. Oh, that's what it is, okay. I assume we're getting debuffed.
Extraction is ready.
There's
Unless you can
more?
handle more of the enemy.
No, I almost died.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
I think 15 waves is already pretty good. Most missions you get a number of revives if your health reaches 0. Oh, okay. So mission failure is just fail. It looks like I found a lot of things. Exalted Blade max rank? Why is Exalted Blade so fast? I feel like I hardly use any ability, but that one is the fastest one. No, I cannot change it. Most mods like this are endless. You can play until you feel like you won't succeed or you don't feel like continuing. Oh, okay.
Saddle up.
Wait. Where's my endo? Whoa. Ooh, yeah. Is 150 endo a lot? Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna go turn off the lights real quick. It's getting really dark here.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles of the Grineer. Error, not a number. Did the operator enjoy this witticism?
Okay. I'm back. 150 is not unlocked. Really not unlocked. You can view your total endo before spending as a currency in the top right of the screen. Oh, okay. Oh, I have 500. Yeah. I mean, having more shield is always nice, no? Maybe a little bit of health, but I feel like shield is way more important. Shield is like constantly regenerating, so doing the heavy lifting there. Lifting strikes with whirlwind combo. Oh. But why? It's the same thing, no? Oh, it's capacity. Oh. I was like, whoa, what is this? Oh, capacity. Stance mods grant more capacity the higher their ranks are. Oh. Oh, wow, okay. Stance mods generating more mod capacity. Maxing stances give more mod capacity. Okay. I don't think I need this for now. I mean, I have pressure point and it's still like good. Shocking touch? Might as well. Our two shapers, 4 different mods to a single weapon on Warframe. Oh. Action? How about gun? Metal Ogre? 0.4 punch through? Oh, the capacity goes down. That is a little bit unorthodox, but okay. Is that even good? No, I want more damage. Yeah. So every weapon has different up. Oh. That's nice. Okay. I mean, usually it's the other way around, no? Like, it should be like this is max capacity. I thought this is like maximum. I cannot put any more in. I thought it would be like 0 out of 70. I think that's a lot more easier to understand, but maybe my brain just works differently. Think about the skill points. Yeah, but it's capacity. I mean, it says so. Feeling as a system? Yeah. Yeah, 70 skill points to spend. I guess I have to change my head around. Yeah. $70, 150. That's double damage though. That's crazy. I mean, kobo doesn't make anything feel that. Not even mods. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a hacking tool. Oh. Well, for example, blade slashes inflict slash status. Well, I feel 10 times stronger now. Also, let me check your message. Under options, right mouse tab, accessibility. Okay, scroll down a bit. Oh, enemy highlight. Okay, I think enemy highlight is gonna help so much here. Because I'm literally always like blind. I'm like whenever I play Counter-Strike or games like that, I cannot identify there's enemies. But then my friends always be like, there's someone there, why are you not shooting? And I was like, I'm not seeing anyone. I'm so blind. So yeah. Isn't Radical nicer? Oh. I guess that's pretty nice. Nuh-uh. Yeah. Why is that always makes I'm so childish. Oh my god. That always makes me laugh. Like, nuh-uh. Yeah. Alright, let's continue mission. I already feel so much stronger. Oh, this one. Oh. Equip the Dreamer's Bomb. Eh? Do I even have the Dreamer's Bomb? Wait. I don't remember having that. Oh. Energy regen and oh my god, wait, that's so good. I don't know how I got it, but oh no, I'm out of endo. Fusion. Nice. Okay, that's really nice. I love them. And aura mods are also like stance mods. Oh, so aura mod not only gives aura, it also gives more capacity? Okay. Start building a Texan Sentinel in the foundry? I guess. I mean... Oh, it's here now. An arbitrary wait time for 1 minute? Oh no. The 1 minute I can never get back. I actually feel so... I mean, I did mention that I feel needy, right? But... This time it feels kind of different. I don't understand. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it. Alright, we're 15. Yo, I mean, yeah, but it's like more needy or less needy. I guess it's because I'm a kobold, question mark? Being a kobold? Wow.
Foundry items ready to claim, operator.
Oh, I got the taxon. No butt? No, I need to have butt. Must have butt. Supercharged Warframes doubles the available mod capacity on the Warframe, Archwing, and companions. Ooh. Defeat the Vault Spectre to unlock. Foodies? Okay. Oh, okay. I also kind of impulse bought something last night. That makes me very happy. And thank goodness that thing doesn't cost as much. It costs like 30, yeah, about 30 ringgit. Whoa, hey, chill. Confront Spectre? Whoa! I can move. Okay, I can move now. Well, I'm doing it my way. Oh, I cannot attack anymore. I guess I did it. I thought there's like a second phase or something. What am I doing? I don't think that's... Oh, okay. I don't know what I did, but okay. I'm the best. High damage output in a short time frame thanks to its high rate of fire. Oh, it's secondary. A Venus. Wait. Complete E-gate. Oh, this one. I mean, I guess I can just go. There's not much. Where? I feel like I can just go. Yeah. Let's go E-gate. I don't think there's like anything that I can upgrade with currently, so it should be fine. E-gate. Exterminate. May I click to show my genius engineering my Minecraft stream an hour ago. Wanna see? Sure. But I probably cannot watch it now, but I'll watch it like actually I can watch it now. I can pause. Boom. I am thought viewers cannot hear this though, but I hope that's fine. Is this 1080? That's fine. Oh my god. I'm already lost. Looney Tunes physics? Oh, what was that again? Uh-huh. Another vehicle? To interact with the current vehicle? So, oh, is this like a thing that you can hold? G, what is that Gmod physics? What? Oh, is it like yeah, you stand on yeah, Gmod, you stand on top of a prop and then you hold the prop to fly? Is that it? I didn't know Minecraft has that physics. Oh my god. Dragon could go to physics school now. So clever. The chest inside is a separate object. I just trapped it in the cage. So you're actually holding up that chest, but not the vehicle? Pretty much? Ah. If I stand under the elevator, would I die? Oh, oh! I thought it kills. No, but try it. Oh, I did try. Ooh, what is that? It's not Destiny, no squish physics? Destiny has squish physics? Never played Destiny. Or no, wait, actually I think I played a little bit of Destiny when I was in like high school. But then I kinda stopped because the game is like I don't really like it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
Nobody knows you're here, okay. My stuff tasted? Ooh. It interacts with the environment, the element. That's kinda cool. I'm a hacker. No secret? I thought that's a secret. Oh. don't question it. It's fine. They're trying their best. But what's over there, no? Oh, I came from there. Okay.
Comfy, dreamers. One of our own believes they are the equal of our foe, and baby, they are acting like it.
Oh. Someone was talking though. Pick up Ayatan Sian Star? Ayatan Sian Star. Is it like a really good? That's an NPC that does the battle pass? Oh. Oh, that's an explosion.
The path to greatness is walked one step at a time.
Wow, she sounds really cool. Even though I don't know what she's saying, but she sounds really cool. Ooh, loot.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Style, baby. It's all about knowing who you are and not giving a damn.
Not giving a damn? Melee feels really good. I mean, yeah, it feels simple, but it's good enough, you know? I like it. Oh. Affinity?
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
We did it?
Stay
Easy.
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I already killed so much heavy unit. Like in the defense mode. Affinity is EXP. Ah, okay. I should try to upgrade my guns as well. I need to be careful doing that movement. I keep exploding. I keep exploding with things I don't want to explode. Mega loot? Pick up Ayatan Sian Star. Oh, it's that thing again, no? It made like a very nice jingle, so I guess that's like a very big shiny loot, question mark? I mean, it has to be. I mean, getting that gives me a jingle, so...
Another job well executed.
Oh, weapon proficiency 3! Level 30 on bow. Nice, max rank. We can change the weapon now. I guess we can try other melee weapons. But the stuff feels really good.
Well, well. Looks like things are kicking off.
Used to purchase Nightwave's cred offerings? Nightwave credits from past series can be kept as souvenirs or sold for credits. Oh. Any cool looking armor? I want What? No dragon? I kinda want the bonk. Siam. I want the bonk. I'm buying the bonk. Blueprint? Oh, I can only buy the blueprint. What?
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
But it's not the case for the fist weapon, no? I can just use the fist weapon. I need gallium? Ah, I don't have gallium. So I can use the bonk. Oh.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, there's so many cool weapons. Wait, there's so many cool weapons. Mark 1 weapons are instantus?
Yeah.
MK1 is a free weapon. Oh, like this one. There's no MK1 sword? I have a bow. Welcome back, me. Wah. Wah. No MK1 scanner, just scanner itself. I guess I'll try using scanner. How's the game been going? Pretty nicely. Yeah. Can I make it? No. What? I should have chose the sword then. Hiya. I mean, this MK1 bow. Oh no, I cannot make anything. Well, fist it is. I mean, I don't mind. It's just punching is a little bit difficult. Melee stance mods. Yeah, I disconnected. Oh, I'm back. Max is boo-boo today? Yeah. I hate it. But yeah, hi Sarah. Hope Sarah is doing good. Welcome. I don't
know if you heard that or not. Oh, Maxis is very poo-poo. Oh, MK1 kunai. and MK1 Furies, but Furies is like free. First time? Yeah. Look at my trans-colored Warframe. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so good. I hope people have not been trying to backseat or pull your hand around. It happens, but I did try to ignore them as much as possible. At least it didn't happen as much, so it's fine. Heck yeah.
Come on, sweet things. Give it up.
Fortuna 1 or 2? Fortuna, huh? Tenno, what? 3 to 7? Is this like the level requirement? Holy shit. Good, because people need to learn not to ruin first time experience. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of other games where my first time experiences got ruined. But this one didn't. So I'm glad. Oh, what's going on, Draken? What happened? What happened? Fortuna? You were about to Fortuna? Yeah, I mean, the quest tells me too. Even though oh, Fortuna! Busy, calm. Oh, I'll go too. Is it like, I guess it's like a town. Obtain a sentinel?
Hello, and welcome.
Ichigo, thank you. What's going on? What's going on?
And daughters hide the heart of who we are, making peace to build a future, strong, united, working till we fall. The air and water.
Wow, is this like an introductory video for Fortuna?
We call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we owe. This, the song of sons and daughters.
This is actually so cool, holy shit. Wow, what an introduction, what the hell? Holy shit. Here I am. What an introduction, holy shit. Okay, I didn't expect that.
Fortuna! You are behind schedule.
The final coolant tower must be
Oh,
operational
the
in
tiny
time
wave.
for my investor showcase. Failure to meet your quotas means one thing: repossession. If you aren't willing to work for your rig, someone else is.
Guns? Root and suit?
Oh, it's you. Yes, yes, they're here. I do not like your attitude. I am Zood. Kit guns are what we do. Bring parts or purchase Chatter's daily design. Just do it quickly. I have people skills. I am very skilled in getting them to leave.
What? My game jam. Oh. What? What is the currency? Oh, it's a currency. So if I have all of these and I'm just getting a blueprint? Huh?
Are you sure you don't want... I'm asking. Are you? Forget it.
Ooh. Ooh. Long range proboscis. Proboscis.
Sure, why not?
Love tap? I want it. Slap? I like slapping.
That'll work.
Oh my god. Proboscis. Hearts not on. Oh. 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 I cannot. I mean. Review gilded? Oh. Today's special.
Chatter said build. Said you would be coming. You are meant for this kit gun. So buy it. Buy it
Purchase.
so I can get some mucking sleep.
Mucking sleep? 132. That's platinum, right? Oh. No. Other services? Guild? Provide? Entitle? Name a primary or secondary weapon? And that costs platinum?
That little plinker ain't fired near enough. Come back when you know it's worth. Then we can talk Gildan.
Okay.
If it's not someone living in my ears, it's
Hi,
someone
Lord Kilmore.
standing in my way.
Waiting on the
I
extra
never
currency.
had peace.
Open.
I don't think you'd
Oh, I think it's okay for now.
I was once like you, poor, indebted, lazy. Then the void spoke to me. It said, work hard.
I like the purple in this
So
place.
I earned what I have. And now, Fortuna, it's your turn. Listen to the void. Work hard.
I was about to say there's humans, but I don't think that's a human. Are you human? I don't think there's any human in Warframe. I mean, everyone's just a robot, one way or the other. Can I see flippy dip dippy dip 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 dip? Oh, well. Oh, you? Eu dico.
Busy. Oh, an outworlder. A tenno. Look, we're a corpus operation, we are, but these people are Solaris. We work for a living. We don't need no trouble, and we don't need no one getting hurt. You wanna help? Go buy something from Thursby. He's been staring down the barrel of a repo order ever since he took on his parents' debt.
Repo order?
Ugly thing repossession. A Solaris falls too deep in debt and Neff sends in his repo squads to take what he says he's owed. You know, mechanical body parts, even a full rig. In Thursby's case, because he got none of that, they take the organics. Arms and legs. Yeah, there's a market for those too.
Yeah, the human? Huh.
Mucking what? Neff wants to start that fossilized coolant tower back up today. It's damaged Orokin tech, not a bleeding mower. You can't just turn it on.
I didn't know there's humans still in Warframe. Everyone's just robots and stuff. Hello.
If you need scrap and a snap, just talk to your junkyard diplomat. That'd be me, Thursby, Thunderstruck, Sean Unpluck, down in his luck, whatever. Tell me you want to buy something. Please. I need this.
I mean, Eutico sent me.
Utico sent you? A tenno? To help meet me quota? Well, B. You know, you could buy some scrap, but if you really wanted to help, you could source me some supplies. Some I can sell, not this garbage. I know where the taxman keeps the good stuff. If you're up for that sort of thing, boss, head topside.
In depth? Tell me about Eutico. Death?
When my parents passed, I inherited their debt, and boy were they owing deep. Can't work to pay it off, because I ain't got no augmentations. And I can't buy augmentations on account of all my debt. Vicious cycle, right? So, here I am, selling useless scrap at the edge of a coolant canal.
Eutico?
She means well. Don't want to see nothing bad happen to us workers, but there was a time she had another name. Fox Solaris, the voice of the resistance, the voice of Solaris United. She stood up for us, said how wrong this all is. She always said Solaris United was all of us, but it weren't nothing without her. When the trouble happened, Neff did try to identify her. What he did to the others. What happened on deck 12. She's always been kind to me. What happened to them was never her fault.
So Eutico is Fox Solaris? Oh my god, purple goo! Kobo likes purple goo. Before I hit the top side, Fortuna and Orphalis contain enemies that are relatively higher in difficulty than compared to whatever you've seen up till now. Just do take note if you go onto the surface and get them, then get folded quickly. So difficulty spike? I'll try to punch them still.
You ever been out on the Valis, boss? She's a miracle, she is. A blizzard in a firestorm. All thanks to the magic of rebooted Orokin tech. And the blood and the sweat of so many thousands of Solaris. But, you know what Eutico always says. She says,
Welcome to Venus. It'll kill ya. Thursby, what's going on? You keeping your nose clean?
Eutico? Sure am. Just giving a tour to my shiny boss here, you know, earning a wage any way I can.
Alright then, Thursby. Just don't let this outworlder get you into trouble.
I need something I can sell, you know? Spare parts,
Popular.
quality merchandise, see? I know with a supplies.
Thank you, Alex.
What we're up to.
How was art? Oh my god. Hi, Pokken. We have food? Yeah, it's a char. Pokken, that's amazing. Yeah, Pocky. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope art was fun. Heck yeah. Welcome in. Also, welcome everyone for the raid. I'm Tira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It is I. It's been years. It feels like Narix knows everyone that's around Malaysia or Singapore. Wow. Well, if you need any post-stream care, get some food, get some rest, get some drink. It is dinner time now, so yeah. Food sounds good. I should probably get food soon, but I'll play a little bit longer before I go get food. Give me a second. Oh, what happened? Did I move? My stomach is rumbling. Ooh, yeah, food sounds good. My stomach is hungry, but it's not rumbling now. But I'll play a little bit longer. I'm kind of worried about the difficulty spike, but we'll see. Abnormal difficulty spike. If set by Narix, then this is like something serious. I'll be lurking and get food, otherwise I'm going to not beat the allegations against me and my belly. Yeah, go get food. Thanks again for the raid, Pokken. Oh, Pocky. I found Warframe, it's a good game. Yeah, I just started playing it today and so far it's been pretty nice. So, heck yeah. Thank you, Pocky. Have good food. Bling pad. Oh my god, what is this, Fortnite map? Travel to?
Sneak and peek, boss. Crates full of the good stuff should be nearby.
I'm scared. Don't touch me. There's a time limit? Is that the thing? Are you not the thing? I guess not. I'm so scared. I feel like I'm gonna get one shot here. But then there's cash. Maybe I need to like punch it good. Oh.
Outstanding! If we had the old Unico, we'd be taxing taxmen on the regular. What else can you find?
Oh, you'll be fine. You won't get one shot. Oh, okay, okay. Open from the front. How would that? That looks like the back. Oh, this cars.
Amazing! With this haul, won't be just my debts getting paid off. You're gonna make more than one Solaris happy today, boss.
Can I pick Shauna? Whoa. Don't touch me. Uh-oh. Get fucked. Wait, I went too far. I did it.
Unbelievable! Why stop here? With your power, we could hit Nev hard. Make him pay for all he's done to us. Blow
Oh,
up
you're
his
getting
precious
greedy.
coolant tower before he's even had a chance to show it off to his mucking board.
Thursby! What are you thinking? You run an unsecured channel. You want a corpus spy drone hearing what you're up to. Ah, muckers. Too late. Got no choice. Tenno, you got Thursby into this mess, so you can damn well help him out of it.
Oh. They tickle?
Tenno, you're looking for the corpus spy drone that overheard Thursby's little guided tour. Find the drone before it reports back to Central Command.
That's unfortunate. Oh, what are bad, I assume. I didn't expect the open world exploration, honestly.
The drone is nearby. Ground it. And I'll see if I can still hack one of these things.
Yes.
Am I dead? I'm surviving somehow. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I supposed to destroy this thing? I pressed the wrong thing. I pressed the wrong thing again. I mean, this is a surveillance drone. I don't think it's a good idea to destroy a surveillance drone, but I mean, I'm doing it anyway. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm being shot at constantly. Help.
Hold on, Tenno. Been a while since I did this.
Oh, I was doing the
Where
right
is
thing.
that
Okay.
recording of Thursby?
Bitch.
Here come the taxmen. Keep him off the drone till I'm finished with him.
You're in the wall. Holy fuck, I don't know how I'm surviving. Trying to any gauntlet hand-to-hand weapon? Nice. No, don't do that, that's just rude. I mean, we're both trying our best, I guess. I don't think that's good. No, 2 is not switch weapon. I need to get used to this.
Corpus are legging it. Take out as many as you can. Keep them quiet. Well. You're a bright spark and no mistake. Could have used you back in the... Don't let me catch you running more missions for Thursby, understood?
Oh, but I'm helping. I'm somehow not dead, I don't know how. I don't remember how the threat level scale with this quest already, but so far they're kinda just tickling you? Yeah. I'm very surprised. Oh yeah, water is banned. Oh, what is that? Wow. It's running at 30 FPS. Holy shit. Reroll? Melee feels a lot easier to level, no? Who's that? That's a real... Oh, these are real people? Oh, I can see real people now? Boop. Right. I do with my Bracky Sammy. Oh. Right. Thank you, there. I should be drinking. What the? Some explanation of how the EXP system works, I guess. Hmm. Added me on Warframe? Heck yeah. Will you kill for weapon? The weapon through the X will kill 50%. If you Warframe kill with ability, 100% goes to your Warframe. Oh. Legend 5? Was that Sarah? Does Sarah have Steam? We could be friends on Steam too. Only if you want to, of course. Torok is Legend 5. And also for me. Hmm? Oh, Fermi. Level 6? What color is what color is the sky? Oh, is Legend 6 like blue? I don't know how the rank works. 30 mastery levels. After 30 mastery level comes legend level. Level 6 is about 100% of the whole game. Oh, needs to go touch. Legend 6 is basically mastery rank 36 sessions essentially. Ah, so truly a touch grass moment, huh?
Hello and welcome.
Dragon King. Oh my god, Dragon. Oh my god. Hi, Dragon. Welcome. Thank you. Don't tell me Azure 26 2013. Ah, that's fair. It's been more than a decade. Steam code on Discord. Okay, I'll take a look after. Thank you, Sarah. So do I. Oh, Jay, now that's just skill issue. I take that back. I take that
Hi,
back.
boss. Yuko says that if I try anything like that again, she'll rip me arms off herself. But look at this. Yesterday, didn't have enough lucre to stay out of repo. Now, I got what I need to open my own shop. Get me head out of the red. All I need is a right hook. Something to set old Thursby apart. Something memorable. Oh, almost forgot. Biz heard what you did. Said he wanted to speak with you. Lower parts, get a head start if you're building a cart with Thursby. No? I need to work on that one.
Emma 30 allows you to enter ESO with an unleveled frame if it's format. Those are high level stuff, I have no idea what they are. Elder Scrolls Online? Invest? No, I'd rather stay free. Oh, the business.
The tenno Unico mentioned. How do you do, Outworlder? My mission is to conserve
I think chat is not in one day follow mode anymore, no? Is it?
Corpus drive them to extinction. I'm known as the business. Unico calls me Biz.
I'll check after. I cannot pause here.
Of life, more the strategic deletion of it. Conservation may be my calling now. The scales still require an occasional adjustment. Head
He
to the
can't?
Dallas if you're looking for some work.
Oh god, maybe it's still in. Oh, well, I thought I only put... Oh fuck, it might still be. Fuck, wait, I misunderstood. Oh my god, it still is. No, I'm stupid. Oh no, I'm stupid. I'm so sorry.
Emotional damage.
Oh, fuck. It has been happening this entire stream. Holy shit. I say, oh my god. Sorry. Oh no. Dude. Oh, we are doing good. Thanks for the follow. What are they doing?
Off-worlder, I'm in the business of keeping you alive. Your quarry, too. Strike rifles and lures. Help me preserve the miracle of the
Generation Fumble mods. No, I'm the streamer. I cannot get banned. Haha.
I hope you came here with credits and good intentions.
Tico?
Well, well. Look at you, a tenno. Fine, kind, and benign. Tico can spot an ambidextra a block away. And Stardust, you ain't it. So listen, and listen tight. My real line is debt forgiveness. Charity. You buy some poor rig jockey's debt, and they sidestep brain shelving. Every sinner's a winner.
I don't understand.
I'd appreciate you keeping this little old conversation to yourself. And when I ask you for help, you look me in my baby blues and say, yes.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Shut up.
I'll be here till it's me on those dossiers.
I'm gonna leave since I have
Till
job
then,
interview in 15 minutes.
Dance, don't we, Stardust?
Okay, good luck then. You got this. I believe in Dragon. Hearing a robot mentor is sweet talk someone. Oh, is it trying to sweet talk me? I don't even understand any words that he's trying to say. Holy shit.
Hey there, Stardust. Our stock is hot
I
right
love
now.
helping baby Tenno. Oh, I'm playing solo for now. I'm trying to get a feel of like how this game works and everything. So yeah. TK is a trans woman, by the way. Also character depressing lore. Oh no. TK is just gay. That's always lore. Of course, and thanks for asking. Enter the valise.
Are you averse to getting your hands dirty? Send a message. I've learned that the head of the Corpus Repo Squad
I
has
wanna
made a
get
hit list
dinner
of indebted
too.
Solaris. Before his goons can do their thing, I've got a K-bomb with his name on it.
Biz! That's not what we discussed. Wait. There's a Reaper list? Who's on it? Crap. Okay. Fine. But we do
I'm
this
hungry.
my way.
I'm hungry
No
too.
K-bombs. Had about enough mess for one day.
I wanna follow Narix too. I can eat whatever Narix orders. Kobo steel.
We do this quietly, and maybe, just maybe, Neff doesn't find out. Biz, this isn't the old days. We've got no leverage now. All we can do is try to save our people from getting ground up by the bureaucracy.
People are already getting ground up, UD. Debt on debt, accident by accident, repo by repo. How many even remember actual freedom?
I can Skyrim the mountain. I shouldn't be messing with that, right? Yeah. feels like that's gonna one-shot me or some shit.
You're nearing the secure area. Steal that list. Don't get noticed.
Don't get
If they
noticed?
destroy the data, we won't know who to hide from Nest Reaper Squad.
Am I trying to do stealth mission? Oh no. It's my worst thing to do. I don't even know how to do stealth missions. I only go in and punch everything. Oh my god, there's surveillance cameras everywhere. What the heck? Huh? Up. Papaya. Up. So they already saw me. Wait. Up. I'm killing everyone. Up. Oh no, what the fuck is this? Okay.
You've tripped the alarm. It's now or never, Sparky. Yank that data.
Okay.
File. Okay. Guts. Biz. It says they're going after your field team. Today.
They're already overdue for a check-in. Outworlder, you need to find my team before Nef's Repo Squad does.
Ooh, what is that? Phaeton Ember Star. I'm loving the highlight, it's helping so much. I want to destroy everything because I'm a kobo. What is this? I mean, I can destroy this thing, but I don't know what it is. There we go. Nice. That felt good. Find the Solaris camp. I'll make a chain? Oh, it's a blink pad. No, we don't need that. It's only like 200 meters away. My flippy dips tippity dips is gonna be very fast.
They were in debt because they chose the calling of conservation over filling Nef's pockets. It seems like the preacher wanted to make a point. But this isn't the whole team. We need more info. Search the bodies.
Damaged. There's something in the buffer. We need to get it decoded before the device fails.
What are these? What the? I couldn't punch them.
Accessing buffer. Analyzing. Password. Hello. Buffer. Accessing final transmissions. Come on, final transmissions. I'm in. Taking a quick look around. Itinerary, patrol log, coordinates, reports, blah blah blah.
The survivors are being held nearby, awaiting processing. Unico, we don't have long.
Not again. Listen, Sparky. I need you to get in there and get our people back. And you don't need to be nice about it. If they're still alive, our team will be here.
I like that. I like the sound of telling me to be nice. Hell yeah. What? It's here, right? What? What do you mean? Well, that makes sense.
Here come the taxmen.
Oh, heck, progress, okay. I mean, what can they do if I just stay here? They have to come in. I'm using my guns. I'm cheating. Oh my god. Oh my god, there we go. I can touch them.
Did you think I didn't notice your little heist earlier? Quite a stunt you pulled with that young... what was his name? Thursby.
Tenno, you have to get back here before they get to him.
Hey, fellas. That was me. Nah, you just missed him, Pete. Oh, I didn't do nothing. You don't understand. Stop! Stop!
So Thursby got kidnapped? Question mark? I didn't even have time to like register what was going on. Did we save the people here, or are they all dead? I mean, yeah, it looks like they're all dead. Well, I tried. Unfortunate. here. I love a fast travel that doesn't cause a loading screen. So cool. 30 FPS gaming? Okay. Ayatan Ember Star. Ayatan sculpture to power their movement may also be a source of endo. Pistol Gambit. Crit chance? Oh my god. Toxin rifle? Melee prowess? Status chance?
I was supposed to protect him, and now he's in pieces. The medics aren't sure if they can stabilize him with so much missing.
Oh.
This was a mistake, letting you get involved. Why did I listen to Biz? Maybe it's not too late to impress Neff before his big unveiling. Appeal to his mercy. Show him what we can do. Get topside. I'll fill you in.
I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, you're already this balls deep in there, you're starting to impress Neff. Neff looks like a piece of shit that just like don't care about anything, just want to destroy for the sake of destroying. So Thursby is just not being kidnapped, but just straight up destroyed.
Prospecting, quarrying, excavating, a marvelous, fantastic vocation into which a young person might
Smoke
channel
finger?
their energies, creating. Hello, I am Smokefinger, antiquarian, historian, and now, through a bewildering series of circumstances, an avid geophile. That is to say, I am interested in soil and all the things that may be found in it. Let me show you what I mean.
Browse ways. That's the corpus for you? A cut of profit? Ah, yeah, that makes a little sense then. Still don't know what they are.
This decision is ill-advised. The pursuit of mineralogy can make a person very happy indeed.
Oh my god, purple shiny? Ooh, but it's oh, it costs platinum though. Oh, no. Trade gems for Solaris standing? Oh, is it? Oh, the flag is the Solaris standing. Oh, then all of these cost Solaris standing? Question mark? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I understand. Okay.
Something rare and special, and pull it from. See you later, then. So to speak.
Thank you.
I kind of want to get dinner. It's like 8 p.m. I want to get dinner. It is 8 p.m., right? Double check. Yeah, it's 8 p.m. I mean, I've been here for 7 hours. I mean, yeah. I think Warframe is not bad, honestly. Pretty much as these guys grow to like you, the more they can offer you. So far, it sure looks like they hate me. Especially Yutiko. I mean, Yutiko is mad. A lot of people are here.
Prospecting, quarrying, excavating, a marvelous, fantastic vocation into which a young person
Honestly, I'm just happy that I can have this this trans-colored Warframe. It makes me giddy, right? It totally makes me giddy. But yeah, I think I might stream some more Warframe at some point, right? Or maybe just play it off stream a little bit. They're neutral to you since you have already done stuff for them outside of the story stuff. Oh, story doesn't count. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe to have like them like me is like after the story kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, I don't know why that's always so fun. Okay, leave Fortuna. I'm back. Companion? With assault mode and molecular conversion as default precepts, protects its owner with shield restoration. Oh, wait, companion actually helps? Oh, what? I've been missing out. Thank you very much. Oh, even this one is trans-colored. Nice. Very, very nice. But the accents actually like... Yeah. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, okay. Texan skin. Bird. I don't know what this is. Sigils? Oh my god, it costs platinum. Do you want an explanation on how to gain standing? Not now. Yeah. Attachment. Ooh, mask. Oh. Tail? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I keep looking at this like everything looks the same and then oh it's these. Oh my god, it spins. Oh, the tail spins. Unranked? Excuse me, what? This ranking? Freeze targets in the tracks with this Sentinel Mountain Ice Beam? Ice Beam? Ooh, that's nice. I've been missing out. Oh no. Oh, there's more here. Oh, Chroma. Unleash the Draconic. Chroma employs heat, electricity, toxin, and cold to deal high damage while maintaining survivability. Whoa. I mean... I mean, that's kind of dragon, I guess. I mean, looking at it in-game, full picture like this, it's kind of not bad. There is... What's the name again? Voruna? Voranu? Vomura? It's something. Ooh, what is this? Wow. Voruna! Yeah, Voruna. Is this a circle? Wait, this looks like a cheese. Oh my god, this looks like cheese. Oh, there it is. This one only looks okay here, but this one looks cool. Some of the yeah, this only costs. Oh, hey, you can use money to buy some of the things. Wow, some of the some of the Warframe has booba. This one looks like stitched on. The serpentine powers deals heavy damage. Venom is a virtue? So different Warframe does different things. Oh wow, so different Warframe does different. Oh, okay, okay. Hi, droid. Oh. No. No. Kaluta? Every Warframe is different skill. They tend to follow a sort of theme. Ah, okay. Excalibur is his namesake, and this is around swords. So name is like a thing of what they do then. Why Chroma is so expensive, god damn it. Why is Chroma 375 platinum? One true official Warframe giveaways and cannot be used for trading or gifting. Easiest way to describe Garuda, blood for the Blood Queen. I mean, draconic. I have to get Chroma. I can have a transcolored Chroma. Oh my god! Wait, maybe I want to play a little bit more of this game then. No. You can think progressing? Oh. Is to use your wallet to force your way to Warframes? Most of these are not really difficult to obtain by just playing the game. Oh, then okay, I'll try to progress as fast as possible. But not rushing entirely through the game, just a little bit, a tiny bit faster than my pace, I guess. But I think I'll stop here for now. Yeah, gosh, I love the pride stuff in this game. It's amazing. I didn't expect to be able to be a trans-colored Warframe. Now that's a that's something small, but oh, it's not small, but it's something that makes me giddy. And Kobo likes it. Very, very nice. Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright, exit a gum. What did you say? Leave to fight another day? Ooh. Customization is truly lovely, yeah? Oh, there we go. The game did not stop? Oh, it did, okay. Yeah, alright. I need to find a right target. I'm also suddenly very hungry. Oh no. Right, give me a second. I need to find a right target. There. I was what was I listening to again? Yeah, Sonic music. Nice. Would Kobo like to go say hi to a dog? Oh, that would be nice. Which dog are we talking about? Warframe is kind of fun. I mean, the movement stuff is kind of fun. I mean, all I know about that is just kind of slide jump, double jump, slide jump, double jump. But even that, the speed gain kind of makes me happy. Is there Freedom Tree? Alright, give me a second. Let's take a look at them. Unless you got a time machine, the content is unavailable. Hmm? Oh, there we go. I just have to search it up. Oh, is that why? Oh. And Cobalt all done with Warframe? Yeah. And Cobalt had fun with Warframe. And it feels like Cobalt might be playing a little bit more Warframe in the future. Hi, Jiro. Made the spelling goof. It's all good. It's okay. Just it's the chunky dragon, right? This one. Oh, I'm blocking. I'm blocking. Boom. This one, right? Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I need to full screen so I can look at the dragon. Oh, that's a very French-shaped dragon. Elder Scrolls Blades? Ooh, what is this game? It looks like a... Is it a mobile game? Oh, it is. Okay, yeah, okay. See you next time. See you next time too, Dan. Thank you. See you later, Fermi. Thank you as well. Well, before anything though, I just want to plug my stuff real quick. I have a coffee. Coffee, nice coffee, good coffee helps. Also coffee, I mean, I'm sorry for saying this, but coffee would help a lot right now because I'm still I'm still trying to job hunt for quite a while now. It's been 2 weeks, I believe. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks that I am jobless, which is kind of it's kind of scary, but yeah, but only help if you can. I mean it, right? Only help if you can, especially during these tough times, right? Save money whenever you can, but only if you only help when you feel comfortable doing so, right? Just gonna say, yeah, important. Also, I'll let Bernie talk about it for a little bit. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And yeah, anything my stream related is only going through Discord for now. I don't think there's anywhere else that I feel comfortable announcing my stream stuff. For now anyway. I'm still debating whether if I want to do it on Blue Sky, but I feel my Blue Sky is too spicy, but we'll see, right? But for now, yeah, Discord. And I also have a dragon simping corner because I love dragons a heck lot, so yeah. And I think that's pretty much it with the plug. And we have a rate message here. Of course, since we're raiding to a dragon, I'm gonna ask for uppies because this kobold likes uppies. I think I love uppies. Oh my god. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Let me type in the rate too. Zyphirium tree? Yeah, there we go. Well, there's someone new, so be nice, right? Be nice. Don't be rude. And I think that's pretty much it. Okay, I typed in the rate. I'm ready to rate. But also, before the raid, Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to a dragon. Ah, yeah. The target channel has disabled raids. Oh no, I couldn't rate them. Ay, 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 ay. I didn't think about that. They disabled raids. Well, I'll look for another target then. Uh, hmm. Umbre Dirg. Oh, Umbre. Wait, I never really got a chance to rate them. Umbre is playing Valheim. Ooh, I mean, I've been playing Valheim for a little bit these days. There's a kobold over there as well. Seth the kobold. Oh my god, there's a kobold and a dragon. And the silent cat fox. I do have a nerdy Fnac friend I could recommend. I mean, I kind of want to rate Umbre. Now that I've seen Umbre streaming. Go rate who you wish. Okay. Then I'll rate Umbre. Sorry about that. I didn't think they have disabled rates. Oops. Right, let me type in the rate again. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Alright. I never really got a chance to rate Umbre. They did stop by my stream a few times before. Yeah. There's a lot of fish going on his stream right now. And then okay lah, I'm gonna rate immediately. I already did all the outro and stuff, so here comes the rate to Umbre. I typed wrong. I almost fucked up. Okay, there we go. Thank goodness I double checked. And yeah, here we go. The raid. Bye. Oh, there's a few names that I know. Purple is there, Boba is there. Nice. Gonna rate to a dragon, oh my god. But I'll rate rate pula. I will follow the Zephyrian because big dragon. I don't. Oh yeah, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day that we play. Well, I play Raft with Zeus and Bracky. So yeah, that's most likely, or that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna press the rate up button. So take care, everyone. Cobalt loves you. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.